Hello and welcome to the Crow's Nest. My name is Brandon Kane, and today we are going to get some fine playoff baseball action as our Mariners now try to come back into this game 2 of a short 3-game series, the wild card series, to see if they may potentially be able to close this series out and continue onward against this very difficult Toronto Blue Jay team playing at home. Can they steal this series, folks? That's what we're going to see today, and it will be a fun game to watch. It does look like I thought we were going to be getting Robbie Ray on the hill, but instead it will be Logan Gilbert, it looks like, for this game too. So see how just going right for the throat, not messing about. I like it. Go for that jugular. It's good to see. And of course, yesterday was a magnificent performance by Luis Castillo, who really put on a show. People are still throughout baseball today reveling on that performance and how good he looked. Nigh unhittable, you could say. So I certainly don't know if we're going to have it as an easy way through that lineup today, even though I do trust in Gilbert. It's going to be a Toronto team that is fighting for their lives here, so you're going to get their best punch. You're going to get everything they got. They're going to clear the chamber. So hopefully our team is ready to match that energy today. And just all we need is, again, go on the back of that blueprint. Great starting pitching, great bullpen, great defense. Get yourself a home run or two. Walk out of Toronto, get back over to the States, and be riding high as you move on into the next series. That's the pathway today, in my opinion. Megan Gock-Roger, what's up? How does it going, Megan? Good to see you in the chat. We're almost, a week away or almost, right, Megan? I'm just about a week away, so I'm stoked. Can't wait for that game. Cannot wait. But I hope you guys are doing well tonight. And all is well on your end. Gosh, that was a good game yesterday to watch. That was a very fun, enjoyable game. Hopefully we get more of the same today. Sector 7. What's up, Sector 7? I'm drinking a little before work. Worth it for a little Mariner buzz. Ooh, yeah. Living a little dangerous. You got to work on a Saturday, man. It was bad enough they had this on a Friday. Can't get a Saturday off. Dang. Wait, is it Robbie Ray? Okay, then I saw it wrong on Twitter. I heard yesterday it's Robbie Ray. Then on Twitter today I saw it's Logan Gilbert. Then I guess now it's Robbie Ray. We're going to go with Robbie Ray. Final answer. Final answer? Are you sure? Yes. Alex Hyink. Hey, what's up, Alex? Says, hey, it would be awesome if Mariners win and make it to the ALDS. It would be very awesome to see them do that. It'd be awesome to see them go to the World Series, Alex. Let's not set our sights low. Let's get a little greedy here, I say. Let's get a little greedy. Nitro Hawk, what's up, man? Megan says, sorry, I wasn't here yesterday. I was visiting my heaven, the Pike Place Market, Starbucks store. Well, I can't blame you. It is a heavenly place. It certainly is. And it was a good game, Megan. Team's looking good. They won in the way that they will win this year. Obviously, Luis was the little bit even more of the difference maker in that respect of things, because he really just separated you in that game, just not giving them even a chance. I don't know if we're going to get the opportunity to have that here today. And hopefully we get good Robbie Ray. Robbie's a guy with plus stuff, but he's a guy that relies on location first and foremost. And in watching him this year, it's been a bit of a picture of inconsistency with him as much as anything else. Sector 7, I love to live dangerously. My middle name is Danger. Alex says, yeah, let's make the World Series. Let's just do it, Alex. Let's not mess around. Let's put MLB on notice. What do you say? A little MLB on notice stuff going on here. And the Mariner lineup today looking similar to yesterday. In fact, it is, I think, just about exactly. Carlos Santana's hitting 7th, and they got Kelnick 8. I think that was flopped yesterday. Frazier's up a little bit, maybe higher in the lineup. So Frazier, more of a light hitting guy, kind of into more of the middle of the order there today. That'll be your main adjustment. Kevin Gausman taking the hill for the Toronto Blue Jays. 3.35 ERA, 174 innings this year. He's got a 28% strike rate, with the major league average being 22%. His walk rate is 4%. The major league average is 8%. So you're getting a guy here, a guy who's going to strike you out more than the major league average. He's going to walk you less than the major league average. It's not going to be an easy day at the office when you're dealing with Mr. Gausman out there. See what our Mariners can put together here with Julio Rodriguez stepping up on into the plate. Toronto Blue Jay faithful clapping their hands and egging their team on. Saying, go team. I hear you, kitty. I know. You tell me. Gausman with the wind. Little low. Ball one. Like that the ump didn't give him that call out the gate. That indeed does look a little bit like a ball on the tracker there. Gausman's got that real long kind of wind up where he clicks his foot into the bird out 5 times before he lets it go. And Julio's going to swing on this pitch and send it deep into right field. Right fielder's underneath it there for out number 1. I hear you, kitty. Gausman with a lot of hair coming out the back of that hat. That is a lot of mane. Megan says, and yes, B, 8 days to go before the game, so stinking excited. I can't stand it. My brother's already started the trash talk from home, too. Is he already ramping up? I think he wouldn't be as confident this year with the Cardinals. First pitch swinging here for Ty France, and that will be a base hit. Second baseman can't quite come up with the play. So France with a nice little base knock here. Mariner bats once again early on here. First 2 batters up are definitely right back in that free swinging type of mode. This is just going to be a straight air, though, not a base hit. Second baseman should have had it. Had to move a couple steps to his left, and that thing just... I look like a pinball machine where the ball just bounced off his mitt in the same way when you hit it off a bumper. Okay, here we go with Eugenio Suarez up to the plate. France will get his lead from first. Eugenio fights off an inside pitch, fouling it back. 97-mile-an-hour four-seam fastball there. Mariners yesterday able to really jump on the Blue Jays early and get Manoah and get to him specifically before he had a chance to really settle down in the game and really find his rhythm. A little bit of nerves were getting to him, and you're seeing in Gausman a little bit of some nervous twitching, a lot of licking of the fingers, adjusting of the hat. This is the spot of the game where you really want to just try to see if you can dice him up just a little bit here. Outside on a slider, ball one. As we saw the pitching staff yesterday, and I don't think Gilbert's going to necessarily shut out Blue Jays, but get a few runs up on that board. That can be almost enough. 1-1 pitch here. Swing and a miss at a splitter. Had a lot of dipping action on that. It's a pitch, too, you just don't see as often in major leagues as you might have seen it, let's say, around the late 90s when it was really at its prominence. It looks like a fastball and just dives right at the end. Whereas a fastball will sometimes have even a little bit of lift to it as it's coming to the plate. 1-2 pitch to Eugenio. Another splitter. He put this one in the dirt, which is where a lot of splitters do end up. So 2-2. Eugenio yesterday with a key double early on in the game. Drove in a run. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Another splitter. Threw 3 of them in a row to him, and Eugenio could not hold the back on that. And that will bring the big dumper up to the plate. The big bat from yesterday, Cal Raleigh, with a chance to put this 2-0 here with another big swing here. That cutter is a real tough pitch. If a guy can throw it like Gausman can. You get swings when it's going into the dirt. That means it's getting that heavy sink action to it. And it just looks, unlike a slider or a curveball, which will have a spin to it, the spin doesn't tell you anything about it being a splitter. Raleigh steps up. Fastball, outside corner, 97 miles an hour for strike one. It does challenge you in that way. Oh, 1 pitch. Low. Good job by Raleigh not even to... He didn't even give it consideration, that splitter that went down. Oh, man. Ty France takes his lead from first here as we're in the top of the first inning. 2 outs. Raleigh with a 1-1 count. High. Ball 2. Gausman looks nervous, but I will give him credit here. He is definitely doing a good job of locating his pitches right on the precipice of the zone. That's where you want to put it as a pitcher. 2-1. Let's see if he gives in here or comes back to the splitter. Fastball gives in. I don't know what Raleigh's looking for there. You got a 2-1 count. You know he's not likely to throw a splitter or the slider. You're sitting dead red to me at that point. Instead, Raleigh was kind of he just sat on that. That thing was grooved right down the middle of the plate. Gausman got Cal guessing, I guess, a little bit. 2-2. Splitter. Good job by Cal there with his eyes, keeping it on it long. And that looks fastball. Nope, splitter. Nicely done there. 3-2 count. You got to be looking fastball here, right? 3-2 count. You got to be looking fastball. France goes. Ball's low. Cal Raleigh draws the walk. Good eye there by Cal. Cal, the first hitter of this inning in this game so far for the Mariners to really show some patience up there at the plate. You had Julio getting a 1-0 count and then starts to free swing, and France first pitch swinging, and then Suarez striking out on a pitch that was a ball. Be good to see the Mariners be able to exhibit a little more patience today against this guy, especially with this splitter. Make him throw that for a strike. It's also a day you'd like to see them trying to work to go the opposite way here a little bit so they can stay a little deeper on that splitter to recognize it and look for that late drop. Mitch Haniger steps up to the plate here and takes the first pitch fastball low for ball 1. Mariners with runners on first and second. And this was an issue yesterday with 19 runners left on base by the end of the game. But again, they also were able to do a little bit of their damage in that first inning yesterday. So let's see if Mitch can maybe do a little bit of the same. 1-0 pitch. Oh, another very good pitch there. Fastball down, inside, low, right. Just painting it right on the corner. Gausman's definitely locating well. A lot of movement to that fastball, too. As a hitter there, you just, let that go. You're not doing nothing with that. 1-1 pitch. Splitter gets him to swing and miss. And if you've ever been on a baseball field, that splitter it's coming right at you like a fastball. And so you get locked in, and just as you swing to that plane of where it's going to, it goes like this at the end, just drops off a shelf. Another splitter there. That one's in the dirt. Good job by Mitch to keep a patient eye. So I like what I see here. Last two bats from Raleigh and Mitch, and a little bit of more patience. Also interesting, too, of course, them throwing that splitter. When you get runners on base today, a lot of good opportunities potentially move over if that catcher can't stay in front of those pitches. Oh, and it got him with the splitter again there. Strike 3. That will retire the side. Good job by Gosman. But that's going to be a part of this to keep in mind. I was wondering why they didn't have the trash can Kirk catcher guy in there, but it looks like Gosman's got his catcher who can handle those splitters in the dirt, because you're going to throw a few of them. And Trash Tacker, brother Megan, I'm feeling better about that game more and more. Feel free to let him know. Sector 7 says, only difference is I can throw to the middle of the field. Nitro would be a sight to see winning the World Series after a 21-year drought. The World Series would be a 44-year drought. Oh, you mean for 21-year drought of the playoffs? That would be a nice way to get back into it. That would be for sure. I certainly would celebrate it very much. Megan says, hey, have to keep an eye on the time, too. Got the USC Trojans versus Washington State in a couple of hours from LA to watch. Okay, Megan. Well, keep an eye on there for Cameron Ward. That's going to be a good game. That's going to be a real good game. Megan, I'm not sure if I should tell you this, B. I was a Toronto fan before I started following Ichiro and the M's. No, we converted you. It's okay. It's you've been reborn into the Mariner cloth. And, now I will sign in front of you, my child, and you are one of us. So that's the way that works. Washington Fist Quest. Let's beat an entire country. Let's do it. Let's make an entire country sad today. Anyone else game? You guys up for that? I'm down. D-Nugget, these are just 3 series games. Indeed they are. Indeed they are. Megan says, OB got a full set of Steve Largent football cards unopened. Remind me to send you a photo. Ooh, my goodness. Unopened. Wow. Those are some good cards to get. All right, we got George Springer stepping up to the plate here up against Robbie Ray. D-Nugget says, hey, folks, let's all like the chat. The 10 people in the chat now. Hee hee. Yes, please do. If you are in the chat, hit that like button for me. I do appreciate it. Megan says, I also got the J-Rod 2020 rookie cards and an Ichiro too. Ooh, those are good cards to get, Megan. I should add, tells you get also, you probably want to get, you should look for the Griffey Upper Deck one if there was one out there on that. D-Boy, what's up, though? D-Boy, how you doing, man? Good to see you in the chat. My mom's in the chat. Thank you, Mom. Good to see you, Deanna. Says, happy birthday, Brandon. Hope the Browners give you a winning game. I do, too. That would be the best birthday gift they could give me. So thank you, Mom. Love you. Daniel W says, happy B-Day. Well, thank you, Daniel. I appreciate it. I'm getting old. Megan says, happy birthday to you, B. One of my favorite 12s in humans. We'll buy you a drink next week. It's a bet, Megan. Sounds good. And thank you. It's been a great day. Just been kind of chilling out, relaxing, thinking about this game. And Robbie's got a quick strikeout here of Springer on 3 pitches. Hits him with the slider. I think Robbie's ready to roll. Robbie's ready to roll. Let's go. That's the way to start things off. Yeah, he's got a little strut to him after he throws that pitch. I think he's feeling all right today. But I do appreciate that, Megan. Last Fish Coast says, happy birthday, Brandon. Us guys permanently in our late 20s got to stick together. Exactly, man. Exactly. We're a dying breed. A dying breed, I tell you. Watch VizQuest. I don't know. Brandon's pretty old. I'm very old. Megan's 46 in December, 4 months younger than their team. Yeah, I'm right there step for step with you, Megan, pretty much. Pretty much. So here comes Bo Bichette now. First pitch, swinging strike. Wow, he's 0-2 here quickly with Robbie Ray, and Ray working fast. Throwing strikes. Bo Bichette 1 for 4 yesterday. Bounces that ball foul. Nice slider at the bottom of the zone there by Robbie Ray. Very well done. We got him 0-2 on the first hitter. Not messing about here either. Ray with the wind inside. Gets that slider a little dug in too much. Ball 1. Megan says, Ichiro converted me, you mean B? Well, Ichiro, me, potato. Swing and a miss at a slider low and inside. Gets him on 2 back-to-back hitters here for Robbie Ray to start this game off. Sliders inside. It's a good way to attack it from a lefty standpoint. You start staying near the handle of the bat a lot during the day as opposed to staying near the barrel. It's a good place to be. Bacon, I'm in for annoying my Canadian family and friends. Good. Let's do it. Spectre7 says, yo, happy birthday. Thank you, Spectre7. I appreciate it. See if our Mariners can give me the greatest gift, which would be a victory today. Little slider low here to Vlad, who was 0 for 4 yesterday with a K. Definitely had his, he had some tough pitches thrown to him as the Mariners were being very careful with him and not giving him a whole lot. Can't imagine Robbie's going to do so here either. Probably be pretty careful. Swing and a miss. Two-seam fastball just off the plate. That's what you want to do with that would be my approach with Vlad, as it would have been with his father. I'm not as it was with your father. I will get you to swing out of the zone at a pitch that is not a strike. 1-1 here. And another, that's a four-seamer that time. Just a little bit closer to the plate, still off the plate. Strike 2. Those are some nasty pitches, Master Chief. He's working them well here. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Rob. Liking what I'm seeing from Robbie. 1-2 count. 2 men out. Robbie into his wind. Low with a slider. He's going back that pitch that he's had success the last 2 batters is pump that slider in low and away or up at the hands. Guerrero's the type of guy who can get his hands in, though, quick and pull that ball. He's got enough strength and ability with it. Another slider in low. Robbie being careful here. He's got the count to 3-2 now. The Toronto trash can looms on deck. 3-2 pitch. Bounced on the ground. Frazier up with it. Gathers. Throws to Ty France at first, and that will retire the side. So a very nice first inning of work there for Robbie Ray. Couple of strikeouts. Careful with Vlad. Doesn't give him anything too much, too good to hit. Good to see. FishQuest does. Robbie's going ham. FishQuest, he looks very comfortable there. I was mentioning the opposition over there with the other pitcher, and he's breathing, he's tapping everything. You got like little Tourette's things going on a bit. As opposed, you see Robbie there just look kind of cool, calm, collected. Knew what his plan was to go about his attack here. Wonder if a little bit of too of playing with this Toronto team, he's got a little bit of even a better understanding of how to go after these particular hitters. Megan says, Ichiro has my heart for the M's in the same way Coach Carroll has it for the Hawksby. Hashtag sorry, not sorry, laughing out loud. No, should you be sorry? That's awesome. Deegan says, wow, Rays and Guardians are still 0-0 in the 12th inning. Oh, wow. Don't they not do the runners on second thing in the playoffs? Or does that thing still continue where in the playoffs you get runners on second automatically? Can't remember on that one. Good first inning, though, there. Oh, I got the wrong game on, don't I? I help if I actually... Boom. I help if I put the right game on. Wu-Chain Financial says it's impossible to dislike Ichiro. I agree. I think it's pretty much... It is impossible. He's way too likable. Way too likable. All right. There we go. All right, Mariner hitters, try to work this pitcher a little bit here. Didn't do bad in the first inning with Gosman getting already 20 pitches thrown here, but you want try to take some pitches at times, try to get into some counts here a little bit. I'm sure some of the hitters are going to be a little bit hesitant to do so in that realm because of the worry that if you get a fastball, that might be the last one you're getting. It's going to be all cutter city after that in the bat. It's weird too. All the guys that throw cutters, like this guy looks just like the same build of a Jack McDowell. He's got even kind of the same windup Jack McDowell had, and that was Jack McDowell's pitch. There must be something to kicking your leg that helps the splitter. So all those guys have that little leg, like little accentuated leg kick to them. 0-1 here, 0-2 here now to Frazier. He got 2 straight fastballs. Shows Gosman's not scared of him here. He's just going to go right after him. Frazier did have a base hit yesterday. The wind delivery, fouled back, stays alive there. Another fastball. No doubt Frazier was looking splitter there. This is going to be either splitter or slider. I don't think he comes back with 4 straight fastballs. Ooh, nice play there by Bo Bichette. Climbs the ladder on a hard hit ball. Got up there, got up pretty high there. There's a nice little vert there from the shortstop. Frazier hit that on a line. And Bichette just able to get up over the top. Man, Bichette had to stretch all of his frame out to get that one. Holy mackerel. Yeah, good. He's good like 28-inch vert there. Pitcher says, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Strike, splitter. Santana stands up to the plate now here. Santana had a rough day yesterday. A couple of meager bounced balls back to the pitcher. See if we can get a little bit better of a swing here today on some of these at-bats. 0-1. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. Cutter to fastball. And Santana added 2 strikeouts yesterday. Just really a tough day at the plate. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Batted foul. Remain 0-2. Swing and a miss on a splitter outside. That's been his go-to pitch. 3rd strikeout today. I believe all have occurred on a splitter. Gosman pitching very well here to start things off. So when you throw the splitter, it's got right between your fingers like this is how it comes out of the ball. And normally, of course, you're going to have 2-seam, 4-seam fastballs. The fingers will be about right here. It's going to be a little more accentuated like this. Ball goes in between the fingers, or it's more on the inner side of your fingers you're throwing it from. And Kelnick has started off with a 95-mile-an-hour fastball at the bottom edge of the zone on the outside part of the plate. Kelnick's had some real tough luck here lately up at the dish between some tough pitches, tough calls from the umps. Love to see this kid be able to just let this one ride a little bit. Oh, another brutal pitch. Cutter right at the bottom of the zone. 0-2 here on Jared. This is playoff baseball. You got these pitchers, man. They don't mess around. They're here for a reason. Gosman doing a good job of just putting it right where he needs to put it here. Kelnick's going to have to kind of pull himself back up by the bootstraps on this at bat. Gosman getting himself set. The wind, the delivery, low on the splitter. Good eye by Kelnick. Fishka says, where do you think the Jays rank on a rivals list? The way they'll fill our home games, I have a decent amount of sports hate. That's a good question. And Gosman coming set here. I'll answer that 1 second here. 1-2 delivery here to Kelnick. Swing and a miss on another splitter. The go-to pitch keeps going too. That's 4 strikeouts on the day for Gosman through 2 innings. All coming on that splitter to finish him off. I would say that our number 1 rival is the Astros. I think our number 2 rival is, oddly enough, the Yankees because of our past history in the postseason with them. Our number 3 rival is probably then the Angels, and our number 4 rival is then the Toronto Blue Jays. So I'll go with 4th, but still higher than 2 of the other teams in our own division. So that's saying something. Mark Apicorn says, happy birthday, young man. Thank you, Mark. Don't feel so young today, but I'll take it. I'll take it, man. Deanna says, do you remember the Ichiro Ken Griffey Jr. commercials? Hell yeah. Those were awesome. Whenever you get 2 legends, Mom, at the same time in the same commercial, 2 local Seattle legends at that just makes it all that much better. Nitro Rock says, which city has the worst sports team? Is it in Detroit? Is it Detroit? Sports teams? Is it Detroit? No, I mean, because Detroit's got their Pistons who won some titles, and then they got back there in the 2000s and won some titles. I think the Red Wings were good, hockey-wise. Tigers, didn't they just win a World Series within the last, 15 years or something? I could be forgetting that wrong, but I feel like they did, and they got one in the 80s. So they've done all right with that. I mean, they do okay. They're not consistent, but when they pop up and get something, they go. Obviously, the Lions are a nightmare. The Lions are hell on earth, but Osama bin Diesel says, come on, Hangman. You were my wingman, Hangman. You were supposed to have my back. For all you wondering what I mean by that, if you went and saw the recent Top Gun movie, I think Jared Kelnick looks like Hangman. I think he's a dead ringer. Marshall Bisco, smell you later to Kelnick. Exactly. Megan says, Yankees at 2, really, B? I know there's history, but really? Yeah. You got to understand, Megan, why we in 95 have a magical run. That series was a well-fought series between us and the Yankees that's sort of almost historically still thought about even outside of the Seattle area. I mean, they did a Derek Jeter documentary recently. And first pitch slider here from Ray to start out the bottom of the 2nd inning to the Toronto trash can, Alejandro Kirk. And they did a whole 10-minute segment on just that series alone, Megan. And Jeter didn't even play in the series. So that tells you it's strike. Got a good call there from the ump on a 94-mile-an-hour four-seamer there at the top of the zone. So there's that. And then when you had your 116-win game season, you lost in the playoffs to a Yankee team that kind of did it by the sort of cheap, cheesy way of cheating their way through. This ball's hit up in the air, foul. 1-2. They did it with their bloated payroll where they paid more than 3 or 4 people, 4 other teams, below them. They were just well above everybody else. And then you had the fact they were all roided up to the nines. Every other guy in there was sticking each other with a freaking syringe. 1-2. This ball's hit up in the air, foul. And Griffey Jr.'s got hate for Yankees too, so that's good enough for me on that too as well. And that goes back to when he was a kid and his dad played there. So I just feel it's just kind of that way with them. There's just that weird energy with them at that point. And with the Rangers and the balls hit up in the air, foul again. With the other teams in our division outside of the Astros, just kind of go, eh. I mean, Angels even are up there for me a little bit right now, but just still, I don't know. I could be off on that. Just kind of how it feels. Pablo Tescobar, thoughts on Doug Gottlieb? Did something happen with Doug Gottlieb, Pablo, or just thoughts in general on him as a analyst, radio personality? Did something go down that I don't know? Marks is younger than me at 56. Oh, yeah. I might catch up to you yet, man. 2-2 pitch here to Kirk. He smashes this ball down the line, and this is trouble here with nobody out. He is not fleet of foot, but he's going to have enough time to get down to second base. And the Toronto Blue Jays are working here. They're off to a start. Osama Bin Diesel says, I'll take the Angels over the Yankees. Mariners and Yankees have yet to have a brawl. Well, that's true. That's true. Robbie just left that pitch over the middle of the plate. He's been good with his location. He stayed out of that area here so far, but on that pitch, he just left it right down Main Street. Down on Main Street. All right, slider, top of the zone to Hernandez for strike one. Teoscar Hernandez, 0 for 4 yesterday with a strikeout. Bounces slider there in the dirt. 1-1. Wu-Tang Financial says Angel fans are pretty despicable, all 20 of them. I was just going to say at the end, just before I saw the end of your statement there, I was like, how many are there? Yeah, they're despicable, but it's like, there's 3 of them. I can't even hear when they talk. I just hear the little dull noise of it. All right, 1-1. Inside. Toronto being very patient at the plate here in this inning. They're kind of waiting for their pitch. Robbie's got to be careful here. Swung on and belted. Deep to left field, and that will go back into the crowd. 2-run home run. Robbie left it at the top of the zone. He, on the very first pitch of that bat, threw him a slider that hung right at the top of the zone. Hernandez took. You might get away with 1 hanger in an at bat, but you're not going to get away with 2 hangers. And Hernandez takes that for a ride to put this Toronto team out front. Osama says, sorry, Brandon, but those Yankee teams were built from within, not free agency. I mean, I'm trying to think back that there was a variety of guys like Roger Clemens on the team that, though they weren't wholly built through free agency completely, they were still spending more money than anybody else out there to put that team together in the way they did. And there were key members of that team that they brought out from the outside that they were basically, at the end of the day, able to overspend. I'd have to look up. It's been a long time. But I would reckon to guess that there was more than a few people on that team that they, there was your Pettits that were from Rand, there were your Bernie Williams, but you can't deny they were also spending 3-1 of like the next team behind them at that time, just about. Which, you buy a championship, you guys are roiding up to the nines. More than and I consider it if you're 3-1 of the very next team closest to you, not 3-1 to the team spending the least. Like there'd be years that they're spending like 150 or whatever million, like the least team's spending like 20 million. That to me is such a gross difference at that point. You're buying yourself your championship as much as anything at that point. Thoughts on Doug Gottlieb in general, Mr. Hawksnest, sir. Oh, okay, well, thank you, Pablo. And we got a 2-2 count here for Robbie. Still nobody out here in the bottom of the second inning. This ball's hit up and back foul, so he'll stay alive here. 2-2 here to Chapman. Doug's okay. Doug's okay for me. He's I mean, he's like a lot of guys. You know, there's some you disagree with, some you don't. There are times where he gets, I guess for me, maybe just a little bit smarmy with stuff at times, and he doesn't have as much to back up. It's kind of like Colin will do at times where like they don't really know as much as they're talking into. Like he knows basketball, but he gets into other sports and he doesn't really know much, and he'll just start speaking with a certainty that he doesn't really back up with his argument. Always logically speaking goes. And that can sometimes get me bad, but every once in a while if I'm driving in the car and he's on, I'll listen to him on a given point. Certainly when he talks about basketball, I have a lot more trust in him knowing what he's talking about there. So we got one out here now. Jensen will step up the plate. Still hasn't gotten his Chris Sabo glasses. I'm telling you, man. If the guy had Sabo glasses, I'd be fearful here, but not with how it is right now with it. But I don't think Pablo, he's particularly like funny or a, super interesting personality either. He's kind of just going to keep it in his lane of things, and he's okay. I'm sort of not, not like, not hate. He's all right. This ball's dug out down the line here. Kelnick up with it quick to try to keep Jansen down to a single, and he's able to do so. But Robbie Ray having a little bit of a rough start here through 2 innings now. That's 3 hard-hit balls in this inning from the Toronto Bats. And like we talked about, they're not going to just go quietly in the night here. They're obviously going to be putting some runs up on the board today after putting none up yesterday. But Robbie's got to find a way to limit this damage as much as he can. And you do wonder how long service rolls with Robbie if this is going to be the case. Megan, but I'm excited. 8 days to go and be when I will be in the car. Y2K, we need to get this one. Gilbert is going to get rocked tomorrow. Not going Kirby game 3, big mistake. Potentially. I'm going to kind of trust Gilbert for what he's hopefully going to be able to do tomorrow. But it's potential, a problem. 1-0 here to Merrifield. Merrifield. Runner on first. 1 man out. Robbie into the stretch. Strike. Fastball middle of the plate. Ivan and Joe, show the game. I get the Yankee in New York Live. Why not the J game? New York Live, why not the J game? I don't know what you mean, Ivan. Not sure what you mean. Y2K, can you have a call-in show whenever the season ends? I have ideas for the off-season. Sure, man. Absolutely. Absolutely. 1-2 pitch here to Merrifield. Low and inside slider. He was early on able to get that slider right inside for a couple of strikeouts there in the first inning, but since then, Robbie's really lost that slider inside and low really far. He's definitely scuttling a little bit and locating his location right now. Crow's Nest, can I get Yankees in LA live on YouTube? I don't know what you mean by that, Ivan. I have no idea what you mean by that. You're gonna have to put that into a sentence that's structured in a way that I can read to understand what you mean by that. You're on a Mariners stream right now, so I don't know what you're trying to say. Double play a ball here, batted to France, back to Crawford, back to France. That'll do. So we get the double play. Damage is limited a little bit here to 2 runs. That does suck, but we're still here. Okay, it's still early. Still early. Osama bin Diesel, what's wrong with buying a championship? I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it as far as I'm looking to put an asterisk next to the Yankees name by any measure. But as far as my personal feelings and how I view that team historically speaking, and how I view the process of that being the method by which you went and got that championship, I'm gonna not hold that as in a high esteem as the team that had to get by with maybe a little bit less. Or I'm even okay if you're gonna spend some money, but when you're gonna spend 3-1 or whatever it was, and Osama, you're gonna make me at some point here in this stream, I guess, look these stats up to get the exact numbers on it. But when you're spending that amount of money, and then to know also in retrospect, on top of spending all of that money, some of those main guys like the Pettits and like the Clemens were juiced to the nines. And I don't buy that every single player on every team was juiced to the nines either, which is a common counter argument to me saying that. I don't also buy it. And this is just my personal opinion on it. I'm not expecting anybody else to feel the way I feel on it. But my feeling on it is when you have that as your 1-2 punch way that you got your championship, sorry if I'm going to look at it with a little bit of an eye of like, well, I don't give it a lot of weight. And I'm going to also look at it like, wow, you guys came in with the sort of the quick sideways shortcut method to get yourself to a championship, while my Mariners team had it with a bunch of guys that were kind of doing things the right way. Was somebody going to say Jamie Moyer was juicing, or John Olerud was juicing? Were those guys in the weight room just throwing stacks up at a time? Were those guys? I mean, maybe they were, but maybe I'm being what's the word they say, naive. But there was just something about that with the way the Yankees were doing it that at that time, even more so differently than how they're doing it now. Like it was just watching it was aggravating a little bit. So it makes me hold them up as a nemesis now. Ivan and Joe, Crow's Nest, I am getting the New York Yankees game live right now on YouTube. Why can't you show the game live? Right. You're on a Mariners stream, Ivan. Why would I be playing a Yankees game on a Mariners stream? He must be trolling. We got a troll in the house. 1994 Expos are the best team ever. They might have been. Was that the strike year? Strike year. Yeah, I can't show Ivan games on YouTube, man. So I get a 12-year-old every other time I do the stream in here saying, play the game. Yeah, go find the game online. I'm sorry, YouTube's not for that. There's 50,000 other places you can go find a live game if you want to go search one out. But that ain't what I'm doing. Not I. Crawford steps up the plate now here, 1-1. Gosman's looked very good for the Blue Jays here. Right in on the inside part of the plate. This ball is going foul. Tracked down there by Chapman. Well, had a far way to run into foul territory. The Blue Jays flashing a little bit of leather here early on. Okay, I am no troll, says Ivan. Okay, Ivan. Well, let me go through this with you, okay? I don't know what other people are doing. I don't know how other people are doing it. I'm going to say it one time with it, but then I'm going to put this to bed, okay? Because you've definitely hit the chat about 5 times with this. I don't want to get copyright struck. I don't want to have my channel shut down. It's not worth it to me for your want to see the Dodge Mariners on live, or me to put this live, or me to turn the volume on, or for me to risk my channel so that you can get to watch a game. I don't want to do that. So that's why it's not on, is that YouTube doesn't mess around with this stuff. The second you do, and if you get caught, there's a very big penalty. And I don't want that penalty. So I appreciate it if you want to watch the stream with me here, do the play-by-play. But I'm not going to put the game on, and that is why. Okay? Julio up to the plate now. 1-0 count to him. Come on, Julio. Let's get this spark to life here. Gausman with the pitch. Julio bangs it hard right at the second baseman. Mariners with a little bit of tough luck here early on. Frazier hit a nice little line drive right at the shortstop, and now Julio, good long, hard line drive, had 111 mile an hour speed on that exit velocity, but just right at the second baseman. Oh, you're asking where you can get the live game, Ivan. Yeah, so if you're not in the local area, I don't know. I'm watching on Fubo myself. So that would be a place you could probably check it out. France up to the plate now with 2 outs. France first pitch swinging in both 2 at-bats here. Again, I think these Mariner hitters must be feeling like if I get a fastball to hit on the first pitch, I need to swing at that. Something they've seen in the scouting reports, because you're going to get this. You're getting nothing but the cutter after that. Mariners with a quick first 2 outs here. Gausman really getting the better of him here early on. Foul back. 0-2. Yeah, even if you're in the local Washington area and you go on Fubo, it should let you play it on that. And if not that, then try the ESPN app will let you through on that, maybe. But that one's not as... I was having a hard time with that one. And if not that, then like the ABC, you can do like a free... I think it's like maybe on ABC where you can do a free trial and then just watch the game and cancel the trial. Ty France is doing his best John Travolta impression. He's got the alligator shoes on, open shirt, because he's staying alive. Ha, ha, ha. 0-2 here. Mariners are at least making Gausman, I guess, work a little bit. 39 pitches, 3 innings, like somewhat. No. France continues to stay alive. Bats that splitter foul. Good job getting his bat on it. That's a tough pitch to hit. Mm-hmm. Gausman getting set. 0-2. Away on a fastball there. Ooh, Gausman getting up to 99 on the gun. You see these starting pitchers like Castillo yesterday get a little extra on those RPMs. France hanging in here. He's got a couple fastballs to start the at-bat, then a couple splitters. He's gone back to the fastball, back to the fastball again. Wow, he's throwing him some foul. Boy, this is 2-2 here. France has got to be guessing a little bit. You know you're sitting with 2 strikes thinking splitter, but Gausman's worked him with a lot of fastballs so far to kick things off. Gausman comes set. 2-2 pitch. Outside. Very good eye there by France. That was a splitter. All right, now you're sitting fastball, Ty. Now you got a fastball coming, no doubt about it. Just hang right in there. He's going to give you something to hit. Gausman comes set. Fastball. Hit on the ground. Kind of meekly there over to second base for an easy play over to first. That will retire the side. So we are through 3 innings. The Mariners have yet to get a single hit on one Mr. Gausman. And the score remains 2-0. Megan asks what I mean by a slider. Okay, yeah, Megan. So it's a lot of what happens with the baseball, Megan, is determined on hand placement on the ball. And where your finger placement on the ball, Megan, and specifically where you are with the threads of the ball, how your fingers are crossing the threads. So if you have a 2-seam fastball, your fingers are crossing two threads of the ball, right? If you have a 4-seam fastball, it's still just 2 fingers, but you're getting 4 seams of the ball with your fingers. So theoretically, one gives you a little more of a faster ball, one gives you a little bit less, with a little bit more control between those. And that's just your fastballs. Now, whereas with fastballs, you're usually going to have your fingers parted a little bit like that. With like a curveball, you're going to go fingers right like this. And then curveball and slider, it's just a matter of really where you're putting the finger on the ball as far as the placement on those threads. Like the curveball is going to be going right with the threads, kind of on the to where you've got your finger and the thread goes right between the 2 fingers like this when you're going to throw it, but it's on the outside of the baseball. And slider's in a very similar place. Curveball's then going to come over the top though, and then you're going to bring it from over the top, snap it like this. So it's going to have a 10, think of like a clock, Megan. The ball will go from a 10 o'clock to a 6 o'clock from where you release it to where it ends up. Whereas if I throw the slider's going to have more of a whipping sideways action to it. It's less about it's change in vertically and more about a little bit more of the diagonal plane that it's going to come along. So it'll have a little bit of the slider and curveballs have some similar action to them. The curveball is going to be slower and it's going to have the 10 to 6 movement. The slider is going to be snappier and it's really going to have some dive to it horizontally as it comes to the plate. It's the 2 main differences, but it does come back to the end of the day. Really, it's where you've got your fingers on the threads of that ball, where your fingers are on the ball, as far as conjunction to fastball, you're going to be on the meat of it. Slider, curveballs, you'll be more a little bit on the side of it. And that's why when you see them do the slow motion close up, you can see where it's coming out of the hand and the type of pitches they're throwing. Megan says same as cricket bowling. Yep. I would guess so. I don't know much about cricket bowling, so I'm going to say yes, but not sure on what cricket bowling is. Exactly. 1-0 pitch here. This ball's batted down the line. Some more trouble just like last inning. This is going to be an opening double here for the Toronto Blue Jays. You've got to start looking at maybe getting George Kirby going here in this game, don't you, if you're service? I mean, that's 4 straight hard batted balls here through just the last 2 innings alone. Robbie just really struggling not to keep allowing these Toronto hitter batters to really just put some good swings on these baseballs. That pitch wasn't as high as Robbie's been letting in, but he definitely threw it right to a spot that hitter was looking for. Megan says that sounds like where bowling places their fingers along the seam on cricket ball to have a different type of swing on each delivery. It is. It's the same. It's kind of the same thing too. Even if you got like tennis and the motion you would put on a tennis racket to get spin is the same motion you'd put with a curveball. And a lot like the slider, just the slider comes usually from a little more of a different arm angle, and you get your fingers a little bit differently set on the baseball. Slider also doesn't ask you to really accentuate that snap like the curveball does. This ball is hit back foul. Springer about swung out of his shoes there on that. He's quickly 0-2 here. Looked like he almost hurt himself. Oh, that looked really awkward. Yesterday's game, the whole game, the Blue Jays managed 1 hit. Today they've already got 3 here. We haven't gotten through even a third of an inning here in the third. Megan says, I'll teach you. All you need to know and stuff you won't need to know, B. Sounds good. Y2K says, bring in Kirby. I'm definitely at this point telling Robbie, Robbie, I can't have a long hook with you. This is a 3-game series. You don't get time like the regular season here to kind of find your way through after you've given up 4 or 5 runs. I see another hard hit ball, and Kirby needs to be up in the pen if he's not already needing to be up in the pen. He's not finding, the other thing about this, let's say nothing of the fact that the balls are not being hit hard. Robbie Ray's not finding the location here with these pitches. His slider just keeps going inside and low. It's not anywhere near the plate, so the hitters aren't even being challenged on that inside slider, the right-handed batters especially. It's just coming inside and kind of just dying in there. And it's an easy one for them to just kind of look off. 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Big strikeout there. And I say that, and he gets him to swing at a slider far inside off the plate. So maybe I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I can't believe he got him to. I can't believe he got him to swing at that after he spent that bat looking at those two exact same slider pitches in the same location and not swinging at them. Wild. All right, bottom of the third, one out, runner on second. Toronto Blue Jays up 2-0 here. Bo Bichette up to the plate. Strike, 95 inside on the black. Master Chief says, oh boy, this isn't going to end well. It's looking a little rough to start things off here, Master Chief. No doubt about that. Rays versus Guardians will never end. May never. Wouldn't that be wonderful? This ball's hit up in the air. Julio's got it. And that will be out number 2. So Robbie fighting his way out of some problems here. Brandon2345 says, watching UCLA game, I can't lie. I wouldn't be mad if we drafted their running back, Charbonnet. Also, happy birthday. Well, thank you, Brando. I do appreciate it. And I like Zach. There's, I don't know if the Ohio State kid's eligible yet, the Mayan Sanders kid. I like him a lot. But there's 3 running backs. Him, the kid out of Texas, and Charbonnet are 3 really good running backs that, I don't know if I'm going to say I'd put a first-round grade on any of them, but they certainly deserve to be in that same place, Brando, of Breece Hall and Kenneth Walker last year, minimum. All 3 of those guys. It's good to see. Running back last year was, outside of those front 2 with Breece and Kenneth, was really, really lean. All right, a 96-mile-an-hour fastball is batted back foul here to Guerrero to lead things off. Dangerous pitch there. Put that right up over the heart of the plate. Bo Bichette looks like he's 13 years old. Maybe it's just because he's a shortstop. They're a little bit smaller guys, but 0-1. Starts him off with a fastball. He's got to come back with the slider, right? No, comes back with the fastball inside. Just misses. Ball 1. Sam the Great says, happy birthday. Thank you, Sam. Y2KHA says 35. Y2K, you got to add about 10 years, my man. You got to add another decade on that one. But thank you, Sam. Oh, we got a ball batted up the middle for a base hit by Guerrero, and this is going to score a runner. Damn, Robbie, you got yourself out of trouble, and then you just give up the hit. It was not a super hard hit ball, just banged right up the middle. 3-0 Toronto Blue Jays. Tough start for the Mariners here. Sam the Great says bullpen time, man. He left that over the middle of the plate. He left 2 pitches over the middle of the plate to Vlad Guerrero. I don't, like, Guerrero didn't do really something hard with where he hit it, but those are 2 pitches you left in the wrong place to this batter. You've at this point with your Scott go, okay, I give you 3 runs, and we're not through even 3 innings here. I don't, if the bullpen's not rolling and going right now at this point, I don't know what Scott, why, I'm sorry, Robbie's got to give you better than this. This is the playoffs. Gossman's pitching awesome right now. I don't know if you're going to get 3 runs against him. This is a 3-game series. You saw the desperation by which the Toronto Blue Jays coach was operating yesterday with how they use their bullpen. I do believe you've got to look to try to do something similarly here. Robbie's already up to 52 pitches in this game. Master Chief says time to get Luis in. Seriously. All right, Robbie comes set. Toronto trash can up at the plate. Had a double in his first at bat. Ball 1 on the outside part of the plate. And indeed, we are seeing, it looks like Brash. I don't think that was Kirby. ball's hit foul. 1-1. Yeah, it looks like brash. Y2K Mariners are going to have a blow-up game on offense, and Gilbert is terrible versus the Jays and plays into what they're good at. Could be problematic here. Could be in Troublesville. It's definitely not encouraging. This ball's hit up into the air, skied high. Crawford's underneath it. He'll gather it. Another run added on here. 3-0 Toronto. There's a little bit of they're doing to us what we did to them yesterday. Troubling to see in that respect of things. So let's see if the offense can maybe start to get the bats going. You have middle of the order due up with Suarez, Raleigh, and Henniger. So let's see. I will be right back. Get a little more coffee. All right. Eugenio Suarez will step up to the plate here. And he has got a 1-1 count. Y2K says, sorry to harp, but it's getting ridiculous to not go with Kirby, says Y2K. No, I get it, man. I totally get it. Like I said, there's a sense of urgency here that you don't have in baseball normally. That good job by Eugenio to stay off that fastball outside, 2-1. There's a sense of it that you have to have with this 3-game series, and baseball's the opposite in many ways, where normally you are going to be thinking long term. You're thinking about it over the course of a season. You're thinking about not taxing your bullpen. Playoff games, you tax your bullpen. You do it. Go after it. Get it done. And with a guy like Kirby sitting in there, say nothing of the fact that you had to hardly use them yesterday. This is a time and this point in this game with it still being within reasonable reaching distance to take him out, because it's not just about the damage been done; it's the damage that still will potentially be coming here. As Robbie's just not been able to spot his pitches today. This ball's batted foul as Eugenio stays alive in a 2-2 count. Robbie's got plus stuff, but he doesn't have that overpowering stuff of some of the other guys in this rotation. And if he's not able to spot his pitches, he's Dunsky a little bit in that respect of things, especially against a lineup like the Toronto Blue Jays that can mash. They're not going to let you get away with mistakes. Those power pitchers can get away with mistakes because the stuff's moving so much and it's just so overpowering. Strike 3 on a splitter to Eugenio Suarez. Well, every single one of the strikeouts Gausman's been able to get so far, I believe, is finished off with that splitter. Guardians walk it off in the 15, says Voodoo. Wow. Y2K, that splitter's pretty nasty. It's nasty. Yeah. And it's hard when you don't. Pitchers were throwing it a lot more back in the days. Cal Raleigh Splings with the first pitch strike on a splitter, as we're just talking about it. Pitchers used to throw it with a high prevalence in the late 90s. And then a lot of them started getting upper arm injuries, and there was the thought process that this motion on the fingers and the way that it's pressing out like this as opposed to coming from the actual pads of the fingers was doing something up the rest of the arm as far as causing then the problems that were then going to the arm problems. I don't know if I ever got a certain response on whether or not they really determined that what it was, but you do see a lot less splitters now than you used to. One man out in the top of the fourth. The Mariners are down 0-3 here. Cal Raleigh up to the plate with a quick 0-2 count here with Gausman, who is pitching a gem so far. Just bats that foul, went into the catcher's glove and popped out there from Cal. Mariners have yet to get a base hit in this game. Only one base run or two base runners on a walk and an error. Good eye there by Cal. Didn't take the bait. Fastball a little bit off the plate there. As that four-seamer starts right on the outside part of the plate, that looks like where it's going to go, and then it starts to slide its way out. Slide its way out. Raleigh gets a little bit underneath this one and skies it up high. It looks like it's going to get back into the crowd, though, there on the first base side. 1-2. Y2K says Gilbert's a much better match for the Astros. It's a fair point, dude. I mean, it's fair. I get where you're coming from on that. But I'll say this. I mean, we say this Toronto lineup's a fastball hitting lineup, but, having a game here with like Ray, who's throwing some of that, not leaning into fastball stuff necessarily, and he's getting whacked pretty good today. 1-2 pitch. Inside, ball 2. Sector 7 says, man, Ray is just not our second best. I'd put him at 4th in our rotation, honestly. I would too. I was a little, it's hard to go with Kirby being so young in this game and trying to trust that kind of youth in this series with where he's been, but I could have understood why that would have been more of what Mariner fans would like to see. The tough part about Robbie is that he's had, I think, overall a good year, but it's not been an altogether consistent year. And Raleigh takes a fastball at the knees on the outside corner. He was looking splitter all the way there. Great pitch by Gausman. Just catching Raleigh, not looking for that pitch. 6th strikeout for him in this game. The difference of the way that four-seamer to that splitter looks coming from Gausman is it's just the same. It's so hard to pick up the difference. You saw with Raleigh, Raleigh just struggling to find that spot where he could locate whether it was a splitter or a fastball. And by the time you recognize it's a fastball, it's already past you. Mitch Haniger up to the plate now. Ball 1, slider outside part of the plate, 1-0. But yeah, Sector 7, Robbie's not necessarily that. I think Robbie's going to be fine in the future for us on that Sector 7 because him as a 4 starter is fine. But if you're trying to talking about him as a number 2, or even like some we're trying to talk about going to the season, we're looking at him as number 1, he's definitely not that. Low on a 4-seamer, ball 2. Yeah, number 4 pitcher next year. I agree there. Megan says, if we do, God forbid, lose this series, do we play again or are we out? No, we'll be out, Megan, if we lose this series. That's all she wrote. 2-0 pitch here to Mitch. Mitch hits this hard. Deep. It's getting back there. Just died on the vine. Died on the vine. The center field was able to track this down. Springer showing off some of that range, and Springer hits that center field wall hard. Looks like he comes up a little bit dodgy with that shoulder. Haniger gave it a good ride to one of the deeper parts of the park there in Toronto, and the ball does carry well in that stadium, but just kind of fell. The ball just kind of off the bat, I would have said that thing looks gone. Voodoo Magic says most overpriced number 4. You're definitely spending some good money on him going into the future. Luckily, though, Voodoo Magic, it's not one of those $200-300 million deals that can be just death knell contracts. And I think that he's going to be fine for what he produces at that number for you. You would have maybe liked it in a better way, but there weren't any other pitchers on the market to really go out there and get this offseason. There wasn't really good any alternatives. You didn't know if you were going to get Kirby's development. You didn't know if Logan was going to continue and give you the year he gave you this year. I think I got to support that deal overall and what they gave and feel like it's fine, especially knowing where our payroll is out right now and that we're in a really good position. But you don't want to look at him as number 2. You want to look at him as a number 4. And Wu-Tang Financial puts it very well, saying, hats off to Gausman. He's pitching nasty. You've got to give Gausman credit in this game. He's locating really well. He's not mixing with his pitches. This is not a no-hit affair here where he's gotten lucky because the Mariners have just swung themselves out of counts. Instead, it's been that he's put him in those bad counts. Yeah, Wu-Tang, damn, Mitch, just a few more feet's right. Just a few more feet. Y2K says Castillo's contract is ridiculously cheap. It is. And I really do like having this rotation locked down for the foreseeable future. Not to mention the fact that it opens you up from, if you do want to target a little bit of an upper, if you want to move Ray at some point to go target more of an upper top rotation guy, you could put him in a package to do that and have that help you build package to get there. So Robbie Ray is here and first pitch swinging, home run. First pitch swinging again. I don't know why Service is going to trot Robbie out there after the first 3 innings. And Hernandez blisters this ball on a first pitch. 94 mile an hour 4-seam fastball, and he was all over it. Scott's got to take out Ray at this point. You're 4 runs in on this. You've got to take him out here. Get Brash in, take Kirby and have him run a couple innings, but you've got to lock this down now. This Toronto lineup is all over these pitches. And Service will come out and get Robbie. 1 batter too late, in my opinion, if not more so. He definitely wanted to stick with the vet, but this is one of those points where there's no points for you being sentimental with the pitcher or well, you've been a leader. We got to give you a chance to find. No, you blew your chance. You gave up runs. You gave up hard hit balls. You didn't pitch good. Got to get him out of there, but better late than never. Devin Martzall, what's going on, man? It's good to see you in the chat. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing awesome. Remember the time, says Ray, to the bench at this point. Well, thankfully, they finally did. G-Nugget says, what's going on with the Mariners? We're having a hell of a game pitched against us by Gausman. He's doing a little bit of the equivalent of what Luis Castillo kind of did to the other team yesterday. Robbie Ray really struggled in this game to find his location. And not only did he struggle to find his location, he struggled to find his location low. Everything was really left up and in the middle of the plate. So he either was off the plate completely or he was over the middle of the plate. And we've seen that version of Robbie this season. When you get that version of Robbie, that's a version that almost any major league team is going to be able to hit at that point. He needs to be very much in control of where he puts the ball. And he just wasn't there today. Michael, I agree, man. We were calling here for a few minutes now. Y2K started off like, let's get somebody in now. Let's move it or lose it. Y2K JP's contract is a little concerning at $10 million a year for 5 years. I mean, that one's definitely, you look at him hitting 250 this year. He gives you very good fielding from the shortstop position, good speed. That part's worth at least something in a certain realm of things, but certainly at the amount that you paid him at, you feel a little bit like, okay, what's this? That might feel a little bit rich to a degree, but it's not. None of these contracts are debilitating. You know, this is also a little bit of the price of doing business in Major League Baseball. James Black, can't believe how little faith some of you guys have already. Huh? Well, it's not little faith, James. I have faith in the team, but just in Robbie Ray, I'm saying you got to take him out early. It's this playoffs in a 3-game series. You can't let him, have one of these starts where he finds his way to giving up 5 or 6 runs. You know, the way you haven't gotten a base hit in this game. To believe that you're going to be going and getting 5, 6 runs in this particular game might be a bit of a stretch. So that's got to kind of force a little bit more of an urgency, I think, in getting Robbie out of the game. Y2K, it's a bad matchup for Ray. Ray and Gilbert both give up hard contact. Both bad ideas versus the Rays. Marco or Kirby are better matchups. Yeah, I wouldn't want to put Marco in this game. I wouldn't trust. He's another guy like Robbie where it's not always consistent that they're going to give you the placement. Not always. It's going to be sometimes hit or miss a little bit. Osama says they're bringing in the Canadian. It takes a Canadian to kill a Canadian. 1-1 pitch here, knocked back on a 99-mile-an-hour fastball from Brash. 1-2. Can't wait to shut this crowd up. James, are you talking about the crowd in the chat here? Huh? Are you talking about Toronto? 1-2. Batted foul. YGK says Gossman's looking great, but Castillo yesterday was absolutely absurd. He was. Yeah. I agree with you there. Mike says we need to drive Gosling pitch count up. Gosman's pitch count, get him out in the 6th. We certainly do. He's only at 60 right now, though, so he's at least on track for another 3 innings here. This ball's hit foul. France has got it in foul territory after a long trek from first, and he is able to get him out for out number 1. $283, can we throw Castillo back out there tomorrow? I'm not opposed to it. Come on, Luis. You're feeling good, right? You're feeling good? Slap a Gilbert jersey on him. That's right. Big Country says Ray's a better option than Kirby and Marco. And Brash got no 1 count here. I definitely would have wanted him in this game over Marco, and I think I wanted him to start Big Country even over Kirby. I was in favor of them doing that. I understood rolling with Robbie to begin things, but I also, as I said yesterday, thought you should have a little bit of a short hook with him, where if you do get the bad version of Robbie, you're just ready to call in the reinforcements. Jansen up to the plate now here for Toronto with a 1-1 count. Brash into his wind. Swing and a miss on a slider, 1-2. Y2K says this you need an ace knuckleballer just to give him a 1-day rest between starts once the playoffs start. True enough, man. Don't see any knuckleballers, huh? It's never really quite taken hold where you always have like a good group of them in the game. Swing and a miss on a slider to Jansen there, and he gets him K'd and set down. Quickly 2 outs here once Brash comes in the game. 283 says he was good in the first. What happened? He was good in the first. He was really spotting the pitches well in the first, but then the pitch spotting left him. In the first, he got 2 strikeouts, for instance, on sliders that were on the inside portion of the plate, but very close to the plate. So he got the swings and misses because those hitters were trying to protect the zone. Ball went on a slider here to Merrifield. Second inning, you could start to see that slider when he was calling upon it to the right-handed hitters was diving in at the feet of the right-handed batters a good 6-7 inches inside. Swing and a miss on a slider there. Wow, nice slider by Brash. And then the troubles also started to kind of bleed into his fastball, and the fastball started to elevate on him, and it also started to get too much of the middle of the plate. And between those aspects of things, including that last home run, which I believe was a fastball over around the middle of the plate, those just ended up sinking him. Y2K says there always used to be one awesome one, but now there's none. Yeah. I mean, you had the Necro brothers back in the 80s. You had Tim Wakefield, 90s, 2000s. He played, 25 years. And then we had the guy that Dickey, right? R.A. Dickey for us for a bit of time there. But nobody since then. 2-2 count here to Merrifield. Brash into his wind. Slide curveball into the dirt. Brash going to rub down that ball on the backside of the hill. If he can stem the bleeding here. This ball's batted down to third. Eugenio does a good job of making the play. The throw's a little bit off. Carries France off the bag. He is able to catch the ball and swipe the tag back on the runner as he's flying past him. Great job of first basemanship there by Ty France. And Eugenio did a good job of having to play in an in-between hop there, backhanded. And he's got to be running forward on that ball at the very same time. All three there kind of makes that play a little bit harder than he made it look. Oh, wow, this commercial. Oh, my God. Oh, this commercial. Why? Why? This commercial. No! that commercial came out of left field. I was, and it's still going. Oh, give me the Dairy Queen one, please. Oh my God. It was the one before that one, Michael. It was the one before that one. I had never seen that. I got to prepare myself for that type of stuff when that's going to come on my screen. Oh. Oh, Lordy. Who signed off on that for the baseball slot? Who was the exec that said that's a match for that demographic? Yeah, there's the demographic we want for that commercial. Oh man. I'm sure we're going to see it again at Y2K. You'll know it when you see it. I'll just say that. You'll definitely knew. That was so over the top. Oh, Lordy. Springer is still out there in center field. No doubt that shoulder's got to feel a little bit dodgy there. He took a pretty hard whack there getting into the wall there as he was making the catch. And that'll bring up Adam Frazier. Frazier in his first at bat had a hard hit line drive. Skied over to Bo Bichette, who was able to climb that ladder and make the play. One of the few hard hit balls in this game off of this guy pitching. Whatever his name is. Gossman. See, I'm a year older today. Brain works just a little bit worse. That's how it works. Alrighty. Gossman comes set. 0-1 pitch. Fastball. Frazier goes with the pitch, and he's got the Mariners' first base hit. Same swing he put on it on the first at bat. This time able to drive it just a little more thoroughly out there to left field. But that's what you want to do against good power pitcher. Just go with the pitch. Don't do too much with it. Well done by Frazier. We got a batter on here to open off this inning. Let's see if we can start chipping away at this lead a little bit. Top of the fifth inning, nobody out. Adam Frazier on first base. Mariners just about to get around to turn this lineup over here pretty soon. Carlos Santana up to the plate. Ball's low. Good eye by Santana there on the splitter. It's a tough pitch not to swing at there. That looks like a strike as it's coming across that plate. Very close. One 0 count. Gossman comes set. Fastball right down the middle of the plate there. He's got these Mariners at times looking at fastballs down the middle of the plate. And I think he's got them looking for that splitter or looking slider. Gossman doing as well a job in this is changing up his pitches and not letting these Mariner batters get a read on what's coming. Splitter there, low. Ball 2-1. If I'm Santana, I'm looking dead red fastball here. 2-1 count. He already showed me early on when he got behind in the count he'd go to a fastball. Let me see if he's going to do the same thing here. I bet he does the same thing here. Nope. Goes to the splitter. Fools both me and Santana for a strike. Santana was definitely looking fastball there. Swung right over the top of that pitch. He had the timing on it, but he swung right over the top. And again, as I say with Gossman, just doing a magnificent job of changing up his pitches, just never giving you a good read on this pattern. 2-2 count here now. Another splitter. 3-2. Good job by Santana there to keep his eye. Boy, Santana can just even draw a walk here. Give you runners first and second. Santana steps back into the backs. Taps the plate with the bat. Sets it up off his shoulder and gets ready to roll. 3-2 pitch. Santana puts a good ride on that ball. It's going back, off the top of the wall. It's bouncing around. Frazier will get into third. Just misses going out of the ballpark. Santana just missed a home run. Thing just landed right on the top mark and came back over to the other side. Springer, you have to feel like it was that Springer. I think that was Springer that was trying to make the play deep on it. Make sure I'm right on this. So that's Springer trying to go up and make the catch. And no doubt props to him. You know that shoulder's hurting him and he still gave up his body. But he couldn't quite go up there probably and do what he wanted to try to fully do to go get that ball because he had to already be thinking, like, my shoulder's already hurting. I just killed myself on one of these, just the last inning. I got to be careful here. But Santana gave it a ride. That is for sure. And it looks like they're going to review this. Why are they reviewing this? Tony says that's got to be a homer. It did look when they've got the rules where it's supposed to, if it hits a certain height on a thing, it's It's supposed to be gone. That's the only thing they could be reviewing here. Maybe the commercial was good luck. They can run it every time if we can get a couple of runs each inning. That's over the white line, isn't it? The white line is supposed to be the decider. It's the decider. If it hits above the white line, it's a home run. Okay? Got to give Santana a home run on that. That's how that rolls. It looks like it to me. I hope Springer doesn't play. He always gets a few leadoff home runs every playoffs, I feel. He's toughing it out so far here. And it looks like after review, they're going to say, nope, it is a double. I guess the wide line don't matter. And Wu-Tang, yeah, Gossman's splitter has been wrecking us today. It looked like it got a fastball, did Santana there on that pitch. So Jared Kelenic steps up to the plate now. He had a couple of pitches himself just to deal with in the last at-bat. Were brutal. And he'll take a sort of a hanging splitter there high for strike one. Kelenic just gets into every at-bat into an 0-1 situation one way or another. Kelnic's a lefty here. Just even if you can roll the ball over to the right side, you bring home the runner, you take, and you get over Santana to third at that point with only one man down. This ball hit up into the air. I don't know if this will be enough to score Frazier. They're going to try. Frazier's coming in. He's got good legs. He's going to make it. I believe the left fielder doesn't have the best of arms, so they're going to challenge it. So that will at least bring home the run. Mariners do chip into that lead, 4-1 now. So we are on the board. Good job by Kelenic there. At least get the one runner in. You'd like to turn it over there, but get the one runner in. That's the must there. We got to start chipping away at this lead, you know. Just start chipping away a little bit at it. Now a timely base hit. Santana gets home. Megan says, how in the hell was that over the line? I don't know. It looked like it was over the line to me. I always thought that was the thing, and that's why they had the line there in the first place, I thought, Megan. Otherwise, why the line? Why the line? Let's have no lines. Crawford up to the plate here. Another good splitter outside corner. Both Kelenic and Crawford's had back-to-back opening pitches in this inning at their bats were just naughty little splitters on the, and he's got them a little elevated too. Which Gosman's been keeping those splitters low all game. 0-1 here. That ball's batted up into the air. Foul. 0-2 here to Crawford. Crawford just needs to employ that strategy he uses sometimes where just go with the pitch like we saw Frazier do. Both those guys similar kind of hitters in that way where they'll let the bat do the work. But just go the other way. Let the ball get in deep in on you like that so you can readily recognize whether it's a fastball or a splitter. Also, it'll let you stay alive a little bit longer in the count. Oh, 2 pitch, batted right back to the pitcher. Crawford will have to stay at second base, and that will be out number 2. Megan says, I saw it 3 times and would have sworn that was over the line, B. I think it was. But they must have seen something different, or I'm understanding the rules wrong, I guess. Maybe this is the problem, Megan, too, with every stadium being a little different in Major League Baseball and where the line is and what the it's not like regulation NBA height where the hoop's 10 feet. Every fence shall be 7 feet. And at this distance and this, everything's got its weird stuff. Another sus strike called, says Wu-Tang Financial. This ump's zone is like a parking space. Definitely don't want to give a guy like this help. All right, Julio steps up to the plate now. Gosman 73 pitches into this game. 2 outs. Julio hits this hard, but right at the third baseman. Some tough luck today in this game for the Mariner batters. They've hit it hard, but just right on a line at the defenders. Tough, tough, tough. So very tough. So, Mariners are able to pick up 1 run out of that inning. Steal 1. See if they can continue to do it here. Megan says, I still have no clue what a splitter is, even when I'm now watching it, B, so I'll let you tell me what it is. Sounds good. It's normally it's hard to pick up, Megan, if it's a little higher in the zone, but you're looking for a little drop at the end of the pitch. And if it's going to be a fastball, it'll come right in on that line. Where if it's splitter, it's going to have a little dip to it at the end. Even if it's raised in the zone, it's still going to dip a little bit. And if you see that dip, that means it's a splitter. Guzman's has some angle to it. Y2K, yeah, a little bit. It gives him some motion, horizontally on the ball a little bit, but it's still same things with his fastball too. His fastball will have a little bit of that movement as well, and that's where just the difficulty in differentiating it comes down to is it looks just like a fastball all the way to the point when it's about a couple feet before it's at the plate when it drops. Is it time to blame the umps yet? Asking for a friend, asked Megan. No. He's not. It's not. Yesterday was a worse call game than this. That one was really bad. This one's not been horrific yet. Y2K says the thing about the splitter is they have the same rotation as the tomb seam fastball. Yeah, because you're coming down with your fingers like this, and that's going to have that same spin. That's why it's tough to pick it up. Because it's not coming from the side of the ball like a slider or a curve. And it's going to look, I think even in a lot of ways, it can look even like a four seam just without the movement to it. Tony says Julio's going to break out eventually. You know it. I do, man. He's put some solid swings on in this game. So it's not that he hasn't hit the ball hard. And sometimes you hit him hard right at people. That's just the way that it goes. YG says, yeah, Kelnick got done mad dirty yesterday. He did. That one was awful. Like, poor Kelnick. I felt really bad for him. Every other pitch was getting called strike out of the zone on him. Tough. Daniel says, is a splitter the best pitch in baseball? Why does it seem like our kryptonite? Well, the best pitch in baseball remains probably the fastball. If you're talking about anything off, because it's used at such a high rate still, Daniel, it's hard to take that crown off that pitch. Paul Sewald will come into the game here now. Strike on a slider there. 1-1 to Espinal. But it is definitely one of those pitches that it can be the best. The thing about Daniel is that not all guys that throw the splitter throw it as effectively as Gossman. And it's a very tough pitch to master. And a lot of times with those guys, you see them struggling to be able to fit it into the zone with any kind of accuracy, much less kind of pinpoint it a little bit like Gossman's able to pull off. So that's where it makes it hard. Why it's our kryptonite is that we have a team that is a very good fastball hitting team overall. I think we do okay with breaking balls. We got a lot of hitters in this lineup that from Santana to Kelnick, and that's a base hit up the middle here to lead off this inning in the fourth. Come on, Sewald, we got to get you to shut this down, man. So you got guys that are going to look fastball, and they're not going to want to look into that splitter. And so if it starts to look like a fastball, that's just going to lean into what they want to see out there already to begin things on the pitch. So you'll get a lot of swings and misses from that kind of pitcher because of it. You can recognize usually pretty quick if you've got a slider or a curve coming at you with how it comes out of the hand. That just gives you that chance you might miss it, you might misjudge it, but you're not going to get as fooled as much as the splitter will fool you. Big Country says Seawall in the fifth. Interesting. The playoffs are a different time, man. Different time with how you get these, with what relievers you bring out there. At what price do I re-sign Paul Sewald? I don't re-sign relievers really, Y2K. I've got to be very much convinced to sign a reliever because I just feel like it's a position you can replace fairly easily, and it's one that has a lot of fluctuation in performance year to year. Relief pitchers to me are a little bit like kickers. You get a guy like Jason Myers who has a Pro Bowl season for the Jets, and then you sign him to a 4-year deal, and then you end up looking at the contract going, well, 2 of those 4 years, he was okay. I'd rather put my money in other places, especially knowing that the bullpen does remain very much a strength on this team, even if Sewald isn't here. Unless he's willing to take some kind of big time. And Sewald able to get the swing there. Strike 3. So 1 man down. Nice job, Paul. Nice job, Paul. 1 out. Megan says, my background is cricket, so you can tell me all that, B, and I will look at you blankly as I really have no clue what you're saying. It's fair enough. It's fair enough, Megan. I would be the same with cricket. No doubt about it. Is Pujols bringing donuts into the... He's literally bringing donuts with him into the stadium. He's eating some donuts now, man. That guy's gotten... He's going to be thick. That guy, like, within like 5-10 years, he's going to be full on 300. Blue Jay manager went out to talk to the umpire about something. I don't know if he thought he maybe had balked or if he called for the check swing. Fraternal Cloud, I think the best 3 Mariner pitchers are Castillo, Kirby, Gilbert. Ray hasn't been very good for months now. Agreed, Fraternal Cloud. I think that's pretty much a consensus in here as we watch this game. I think he's too inconsistent. He can give you some really good starts, but just it's too much up and down with him. Sewald pumps in a 4-seam fastball right on the inside part of the plate to Bo Bichette. Bichette is 0 for 2 in this game. We got a runner on first. 1 man down, bottom of the 5th inning. Blue Jays up 4-1 here. The Pitts has big dumper on Pujols. It's all going in his gut if you watch him. Like, that stomach's just... I think his jersey keeps getting bigger every time I look at him. He's up to like the triple XL. This ball is hit down the line, and boy, the Blue Jays have made a lot of hay living down the line of scrimmage here. Boy, right down the foul lines as far as they've hit about... In this series, it seems like that's the 8th double hit hard down the line. Good piece of hitting today by this Toronto Blue Jay team, and just... Lord have mercy. So you got to intentionally walk this guy now. This is definitely... Guerrero's got to be walked here. And Mariner pitchers today, be it Robbie Ray or Sewald here, you can't allow pitches to get up. They're just trying to, when you usually see a fastball getting elevated like that, it's a pitcher overthrowing it. Curveball goes in the dirt, slider goes in the dirt. When it's a fastball that starts lifting up like that, like you're seeing with Sewald in this inning, it's because he's trying to put too much onto it. Just trying to do a little too much. Just trust your stuff. So the Mariners will indeed intentionally walk Guerrero. You've got to feel like here as you head into the top of the 6th next inning that a run here is almost, with the way Gossman's pitching and as deep as we're getting in this game, you're going to start seeing this get a little bit too far out of hand here if you allow any more runs here in this inning. Wu-Tiang says, oh God, remember when we got Blair Walsh as a kicker? I wanted to cry. Oh man, we've loved to spend money on kickers at times, and we just go for sometimes not the greatest ones. I'll at least give them credit with Myers. They win for somebody. All right, so the Toronto trash can steps up the plate, and he has been a thorn in the side of the Mariners in this series so far, has Alejandro Kirk. First pitch slider down in the dirt. Y2K says, shout out to Pujols for the end of his season. Was awesome to watch. It was very cool to see him go out as he did and get over 700. And Alejandro is not a guy you're going to be able to strike out. So he's going to put the ball in play now. Doesn't have the greatest of legs, so certainly the double play ball it's very much a possibility here if you can pull that off. And that ball is going to go up to the backstop, and that's going to score a run. Mariner pitching today has been a lot rougher, and Sewald, much like Robbie, just can't find his control today. Tough to see, but it's just kind of glaring here. You bring your guys in, they just can't locate. Brash did fine when he was in there, but Sewald's come out here at the gate, and he does not have his control. Just the worst possible time to have a wild pitch there. I mean, Lord have mercy. First time that's happened all season, yeah. Well, that's why you can't do more in the playoffs. You can't try to elevate yourself and think you've got to do more than what you've done to get yourself there. You got to trust your stuff. Sewald's got plus stuff here. Just trust into what you're doing. Let your get into your natural motion. Let it go. Stuff gets tight though. This is playoffs. Guys get tight. Guys press. All right, so we've got a 3-1 count here. Again, I don't know why you wouldn't just maybe think about walking him here. Maybe they're trying to play up or something. This is kind of strange by service. I would walk Kirk myself. There we go. Just walk him. Yeah, I might save Kirby for tomorrow at this point in case Logan has some of the same kind of struggles that Ray had today. That'd be my feeling on it. I see where you're coming from, Michael. I mean, I want to see him too, but this game's at 5-1. The thought process, this offense with the way we've seen from them over the last month, really struggle to generate runs. To think that you're going to go get 5 more runs in this game is probably a tough task to see. Not that I'm saying the game's over with, but if I'm a manager, I got to play the odds. I got to play the realities of what I'm facing. And tomorrow is the must-have game at that point. Have an arm like Kirby in the pen ready if Gilbert does get smacked around a bit. And I'll tell you what, tomorrow I want Gilbert starting, and I want Kirby like in a semi-warmed up state at all times. I don't care if it messes with Gilbert's head. Like, I want him. I don't want it like today where service seemed to take about an hour and a half to realize Robbie Ray didn't have his best stuff, and then maybe he should start to go to his bullpen. 0-2 pitch here from Sewald to Hernandez and hits him in the back. Sewald just does not have it. This is another spot where it's like, what do you need to see if you're service here? This is the playoffs, man. It's a 3-game series, and you're just letting these pitchers like, well, find your way. Oh, you don't have your A stuff today. We'll just let you find your way. He hits him in the back there, and the pitching coach is going to come out now to try to tell Paul something, I guess. You pull him. All year you can give them the opportunity to let them find their way through when they're struggling in a moment. But like this, when the game's 3-game series, man, and Sewald's sweating and just looks uncomfortable, like, get him out. Everything's coming out of his hand, just flying up, up, up. Two, 3. Why was Sewald still in there after 3 batters? I don't know, man. I don't know. Is Service aware this was a 3-game series? I mean, you saw yesterday the Blue Jay manager with the sense of urgency he was employing, and that was after Manoah had settled down. Scott trusting in his vets here, where it's I don't need the I trust in my vets. I got to let them know I've got their back stuff. No. And then just about almost hits this Angel batter. Scott. Better question, why wasn't Brash in there? I don't know why they just leave him in there. I don't know why. Maybe they want him for tomorrow. Goodness gracious. Megan, can a pitcher be pulled in the middle of an inning, or do they have to wait until the end? No, they can be pulled anytime, Megan. You can pull them in the middle of an at-bat if you want to. This ball's hit up into the air, deep into center field, and this will score another run from third. Mariners are going to be down 7-1. Megan, get rid of Sewald. That's what I've been calling for, Megan, to get him out of the game. Scott definitely didn't. Scott managed this game from a bullpen standpoint like he would do a regular season game, not like this is a 3-game playoff series game. Remember the times is at this rate, this is a game you can stick a fork in. Yeah, hard to see the Mariners giving up with 6 runs. Very hard to see. Make that 7 run, yeah. This ball's hit on the line. This is going to be another double. This is going to score 2 more. Scott Service, what are you doing? I called this like 3 batters ago, man. No, let me look at my card. Does your card say I'm a dumbass? Because that was dumbass stuff right there. He doesn't have his stuff. Like, I pitched for years. There's days that, and it's not just the pitcher that knows it. A manager can tell very quickly when a pitcher's coming out throwing whether or not he's got his stuff or not that day. Is Pete managing this? This is Master Chief. Oh, and Scott decides to finally make a change here, but not before the Toronto Blue Jays have 8 runs up on the board here. 2 men out, runners on second and third. Coaching and pitching lost us this game is right. Remember the time. Very well put. Very well put. Scott's got to be a lot more active in that situation and get out there, and I hope tomorrow he's learned his lesson for tomorrow's game. Because this is an Angel lineup that can hit. I'm not saying Kirby's absolutely going to shut him down if Logan Gilbert's unable to do so. But if you, like I said, go in and you watch the first couple of innings, your pitcher's not locating well, and maybe he's getting away with it. Maybe there's only a run or 2 on the board. Maybe there's only a home run that's been hit. But you've got to be watching as a manager and going, okay, you know, I see the catcher setting up outside. He's coming up inside every other pitch. Okay, he's trying to get his slider in on the just off the edges of the plate, but he's missing by 8 or 9 inches inside over and over and over again. You don't always even have to wait until you get to the spot where the hitters are actually starting to mash it. You can just realize in looking at the placement where the catcher sets up to where the pitcher's hitting the spots, or if he's getting a lot of the middle of the plate, or if he's getting the ball up. If he's trying to overthrow the ball, you can kind of factor all those things in as much, and that's what your job is as a coach to do, is make that assessment. The player's not going to know. He's going to just go out there and try to compete. You got to come out there and be able to take control of it. And in the regular season, I understand having patience with it, sitting back, taking your time to make your assessment of it, trying to maybe even build a little resiliency within your pitcher to have them be able to come up and overcome. But we're beyond building resiliency mode at this point. This is now at a firm hand of you got to get the job done. Yeah, Sam, we agree on that. Just like regular season game. Megan, heading out to I'm heading out to get ready for the USCB game. We'll see you for the Hawks tomorrow. Sounds good, Megan. I'm ready to go for that. So we'll be up early, bright and shiny, 10 a.m. Let this go. Megan says happy birthday again. Thank you, Megan. I appreciate it. I really do. Very kind of you. Michael C. Wald is done for the series. You're not going to have him tomorrow. 2 straight nights he pitched, so hopefully you can go to Munoz tomorrow, Swanson tomorrow. I'd like to keep Swanson out of this game. I know they got Brash now, at least still for tomorrow too, so they got plenty of guys to close this thing out if they can tomorrow. Okay. Here comes Diego Castillo. Big Diesel out onto the mound. Second and third, 2 outs. Need to get us up out of this inning. Diesel with the wind. And Diesel hits him in the head. Oh, get the hell out of here with your silly tough guy BS, Merrifield. Get the hell out of here. He tries to stare down. He tries to stare down Diego Castillo like Castillo came in the game to hit him in the head. Maybe it's because you just got hit in the head, idiot. But I'm not trying to throw at you. This is a playoff. I don't want to put runners on. It's such fake tough guy stuff when they do that. I really do feel like that. He wasn't throwing at you. You could see that the trainer telling him he wasn't throwing at you. Do you understand? He wasn't throwing at you. Like the trainer's telling him that. I could read his lips. There's no reason that Diego's throwing that in that point at him, and it's a playoff game. That gains nothing for you by doing that. And what you're gonna throw at Merrifield, the 8 hitter in the order? Like watch as he looks back at him like, Yeah, I know it must hurt. You got a helmet on. Stuff happens. Not like your guys didn't plunk us about 15 times. Manager got right out there, which is good. All right, Diego comes back now with a slider for a strike here. Bases have been loaded a lot this inning, and they are loaded once again. Big Country says, I said earlier, but the bullpen hasn't been the same in the last month. No, they haven't exactly been on it in that area. And just before Seawald kind of went off the rails there, I think it was YGK was asking me about what I'd want to pay for a Seawald. And it kind of shows you right there where it's you can build a dominant bullpen, and I don't mind putting resources into it. But signing a multi-year deal to a guy out of the bullpen is a treacherous way to go at times because you're not always going to get the returns of it's a little bit more of the paying for past performance as opposed to what you'll get in the future. All right, so Diego's got this 0-2. Ninth hitter in the order, and Espinal, who is 2 for 2 today. Espinal having a good day. Master Chief says he looks like a mailman. He did look like a mailman, Merriman. You got it. Merriman's a mailman name, too. That's Merriman. He's the mailman. 283 says, ever since they got that bloody nickname, those Los Bomballeros. The wine, the delivery, outside ball. Bell, 1-2. Master Chief says, didn't realize the Hawks and Mariners game overlap tomorrow. Busy day. It will be a busy day indeed. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to choose between one or the other, unfortunately. So it's probably going to be the Hawks. But is it a 1 o'clock start time tomorrow? I didn't check yet. I think I'm pretty sure it is a 1 o'clock start time. So I'll probably finish the Hawks up, come back over here, do this, and then do a post game on the Hawks later in the evening or something if I got anything left in the tank. Thought the time was to be determined. Is that it, Sam? That'd be good. I hope it's later. It's at 11. Jeez. Major League Baseball is so smart. Just so smart with how they do it. Brilliant. Idiots. This ball's bounced on the ground to Crawford. Gathers it up and gets it over to France. That will finish this off. But, oh my goodness, what damage there is done. Toronto Blue Jays up 8-1 on the Seattle Mariners. Yeah, the 11 o'clock game time that's a tough one there. That's a brutal time. So I'll be doing the Seahawks at 10. So that probably means pretty much that whole game will be just trying to kind of monitor in the background of things, I guess. Tony says that inning was forever. That inning was forever. That inning wore my butt out. See what the Mariners can do. I'm going to get some more coffee. Okay. The most epic comeback in Major League Baseball history begins now. Right now. Right now. Let's go, Mariners. Rally cap time. Daniel says 11 is terrible. Do it at 4 p.m. Your team 1 p.m. our time. How hard is that? It's a Sunday. 4 would be fine for them. I don't again understand. I think they're trying to do this thing that made like football does where with their playoffs where and France with a base hit right up the middle on the first pitch off Gausman. Nice job there by France to lead things off. He's been very aggressive early in the accounts. And it is paid off here early on for him. Getting him that base hit, nice way to start this off. I'm definitely frustrated by it though. It's to me definitely annoying. They're doing this. I get what they're trying to do, where they get the maximum amount of national eyeballs to watch the game. Sorry, I've got to bring this up because we get the porn coming in here. So, bye bye. Bye bye now. Bye bye now. So yeah, I get, but at the same point, you'd think they would factor in the local markets wanting to see the games. I mean, you're losing out. It feels like you're maybe gaining nationally, but how many do you lose locally who will be instead watching the football game? I don't know if Major League Baseball thinks that they still compete with football at this point. They don't. And there's going to be more eyes in the Seattle area on the Seahawks game early on than there will be on the Mariner game. It's just facts are facts. It's silly of them. It's silly. 1-1 count here. Eugenio Suarez is up to the plate. Ty France on first. We're in the top of the sixth. Nobody out. Gausman at 77 pitches here in this game. 1-1 count. Suarez knocks it foul and back. Gausman just with a well-pitched game here, and this is a place where he's been getting the hitters in some real rough shape. Get you behind in the count. Get you in a position where you can almost be looking for that splitter, and he can still get you to swing and miss at it. He's been so good at that today. One and two. Indeed does throw him the splitter. Suarez is able to just sort of bat it barely down the left field line foul. Michael says, I say Gilbert, then Murphy. Ooh, I like that, Michael. Go back to the lefty and get yourself a lefty matchup at that point with Murphy. Okay. I'm with it. I totally had forgotten about Murphy. 283 says, I think it's dumb how all three games are in Toronto. I kind of do too. I understand giving them two, but we should get at least one home game. You should at least let the fans have some ability to have impact from the home stadium on the game. It's going to be sad if we got to go through this year without one playoff appearance at home. Gilbert already spinning that ball in his hands. He's ready. He's got that goatee, full beefy state. It's been all penciled in here for weeks, but now he's got it fully bushy and beefy. Suarez bangs this out to the right side, just flicks his bat at it, and is able to get a base hit out into right field. There we go. Tough pitch to hit there. That was not an easy pitch by any measure to get to, but he just hung in there, stayed with it, threw the barrel of the bat out at the ball, and was able to get it to bang out there. There we go. Come on. Cal Raleigh steps up to the plate. Cal is 0 for 1 in this game with a walk and a strikeout. Runners on first and second and nobody out. High, ball one. Be patient here, Cal. We need to just keep this going as much as we need a 3 home run shot here. We need some runs. 8-1 Toronto Blue Jays. 1-0 count. Top of the sixth. Runners on first and second. Gausman with the wind delivery. Down in the dirt with the splitter. Raleigh's got him 2-0 now. Catcher's going to need to come out and talk to Gausman on this pitch because he knows this is a dangerous spot to be in with Cal because you know he's going to sit dead red fastball. You got a Gosman who's fairly deep into this game. You're probably worrying about if you're the catcher for the Blue Jays there going, okay, it's got to be a little bit of a factor at this point of a little bit of, not exhaustion, but just a little more labored at this point as you get to the depth of this game. He's 83 pitches in here. We saw Raleigh look for a spot, look for a pitch in a spot. He's looking fastball high yesterday. He gave it a ride. Let's see if he does the same here. 2-0 pitch. Indeed gets a fastball. It's sinking. It's sinking. That ball will fall. And it bounces in front. Tapia is still down on the turf. He dived out for it. Almost had a play on the ball. Just able to get to it. Nearly made a great catch, but the ball just banged right out of his glove as he hit the turf, and Tapia is trying to breathe. It probably just had the air knocked out of him by the looks of things. He laid out fully for it. A lot of ground to try to cover to get to that baseball. He did everything he could. France not able to score because, of course, he's got to hold up there, so you have the bases loaded now. Oh, his face bounced right off, too. Not only did he hit with his chest, but then his face did one of those where your nose presses and then you hit the turf and it presses down. You know, if you ever had oh, that hurts. That's definitely one of those spots that'll take a second to get your bearings on. But I think it was more of him losing his wind. Just had the wind knocked out of him a bit. Big Country says Gosman's coming out soon. I imagine they'll probably make the pitching change here, if not now. I would be kind of surprised if they don't make it now, to be honest with you. Tapia will remain in the game here. Bases loaded. Nobody out. Mitch Haniger is up to the plate. Mitch Haniger's last at bat, he gave that ball a mighty ride. Took it back to the depths of the left field, where it seemed to die almost as though a imaginary wall knocked it down into the fielder's glove. See what he can do here. Mitch at the plate. First pitch. Strike. Four-seam fastball right down the middle. No doubt you're going to get a lot of splitters here as he's going to try to get that double play here. Splitter causes a lot of these batters to knock that ball down into the ground. 0-1 pitch. Outside with the splitter. 1-1. Yeah, he went right back to it the second he got ahead in that count. Those guys that throw those splitters, that's what they like to do when they get a runner on with the double play possibility or force out possibility. Get a lot of those weak swings where you just get the ball turned over to one side of the field. 1-1 here. Another splitter low. 2-1. Good eye by Mitch here to start this at bat off. He's thinking through. You can see him doing some heavy thinking, looking at the pine tar on that bat, trying to figure out what's what. I'd say you're probably going to get a fastball here. He's just missed with two splitters. He's not going to want to go 3-1 with the bases loaded. This is going to be a fastball. Said dead red, Mitch. And indeed he does, and he's got a good swing he puts on it and just misses it. He barreled it up, but just got it to where he knocked it back foul. That was the pitch he wanted right there. That was the pitch he wanted right there. So it'll be the 89th pitch for Gosman. 2-2. Bases loaded. Mariners down 8-1. Gosman comes set. And Haniger able to fight off one of those nasty splitters there just to stay alive. It was out of the zone, but it's too close to call when he's looking at it. Brilliantly thrown pitch by Gosman. You're going to get another one here, man. Gausman knows he can get you to swing at it, knows you're going to have to protect. 2-2 pitch. Gausman throws another one and gets him to swing and miss. Strike 3. 7 strikeout today for Kevin Gausman, and wonderfully pitched game continues forward here as he gave him that one fastball that Haniger fouled back when he had 2-1, and sometimes in at bats you only get one real true good pitch to hit. Mitch actually got 2 because he threw him a fastball to open up the count as well right down the middle, but once you get yourself behind the 8 ball with Gausman, he's got those splitters and he will put you to bed with it. I will put you to sleep if you do not go to sleep. Adam Frazier steps up to the plate today. He's had a good day with the bat. Only 1 for 2, but it took a leaping play by Bo Bichette to rob him of a base hit in the first inning. Career with the bases loaded. Frazier's .236 batting average. Still only one man down. Obviously, a sac fly doesn't do a whole hell of a lot for you here. 1-0. Splitter strike. I mean, he's throwing the splitter at the bottom of the zone deep into the 6th inning of a baseball game. Just Gausman's been awesome today. Simply put, just been awesome. Gausman gets set. The wide, the delivery, outside, ball 2. Another splitter there. He's thrown 3 straight splitters, say that 5 times fast, to Adam Frazier here. Gausman comes set, looks back at second. Comes in, another splitter, 4th straight one. And that's a swing and a miss by Adam Frazier, 2-2. Tone Tones is a Yankee fan living in the GTA. Go Jays. Well, not go Jays, you mean go Mariners, right? That's your division rival. You wouldn't mean go Jays. Oh, here comes the horn. Frazier hits this ball up into the air. This is skied. First baseman Vladimir Guerrero is underneath it, and he will make the catch for out number 2. And Wu-Tang, Tapia did go down hard, man. Good news that when you have the air knocked out of you, you can usually, it takes a second, but you usually can kind of recover. You're like, okay, I'm good. Yeah, this looks like this is going to be it for Gausman. Got to tip your cap to the kid today. Did a fantastic job, no doubt about it. And if you are liking what you're listening to, do me a favor, hit that like button, as it does help my channel grow tremendously. But you've got to give the kid props today. Well pitched all the way around from his standpoint of it. He goes 5 2/3 innings, gives up 5 hits, 1 earned run, 1 walk, 7 strikeouts. I mean, that's for a game that you come off of the Blue Jays that you need a pitcher to come through and provide this kind of performance. He gave it to you today. So definitely a tip of the cap to Gausman and his performance today. Not quite where Castillo was yesterday, but also not that far away either. Also not tremendously far off. And maybe now that the Mariners have gotten into this damn Blue Jay bullpen, we can do something, though. Mazza definitely was doing pretty good against us yesterday. Big Country says it's amazing that we're the second worst team in the Major League Baseball with runners in scoring position. I agree. I agree with you. The fact, especially this is back-to-back years, Big Country, with it. And usually we're told with runners in scoring position that it's a stat that's going to have a lot of regressing to the mean in the long term, and that everybody's going to be around the same place when it's kind of all said and done. You'll have year to years where it really fluxes, but it's been a couple-year problem now, and one that I'm not really so sure how you deal with it. I don't know what the path is to solving it, other than you turning out certain hitters over other hitters that are just maybe struggling in that realm. But it's been a problem for us. You come in this game where you might end up losing and only getting 1 run out of it. You walk out of it going, well, we had this other moment where we had bases loaded and nobody out and couldn't get a single run back through. Not a 1? Yeah, not a 1. Mazza comes into the game. He worked an inning in game 1 of no-run work. Coming in to move Santana over to the other side here. Mariners with the bases loaded. Top of the 6th inning, 2 runners out. Blue Jays up 8-1. Santana stepping in from the right side. First pitch, bounced. That's going to get back to the backstop, and that will bring a runner home. All righty. Well, that'll get the job done one way or another, I guess. One way or another, we're going to score on you. We're going to get you, Blue Jays. Yes, sir. Mazza just threw a fastball in the dirt. Usually you don't see the fastballs thrown in the dirt like that. That was almost like a quarterback that's about to throw a ball and he sees the defender break on it, and so he tries to hold the ball up from throwing it midway through his delivery. Nonetheless, 8-2 Toronto-Seattle, and now we got 2 guys in scoring position here for Santana. A base knock here get you a little bit closer. Carlos Santana gives this a lift and a ride. That ball is gearing. That ball is back. That ball is gone. Mariner home run. Carlos Santana dug that out from the back of the cave and pulled that thing up into the back of the seats. Mariners are back in this baseball game. 3-run home run, and they're going crazy at T-Mobile Park. Santana hung in there on that pitch. Just hung in. Almost one-armed that out of the stadium. He has to get so much plate coverage with his swing that he has to one-hand it. And able to just get enough on that baseball shows how much power Santana still has at his age, that he's able to put enough power on that ball to push it out over and get it to go. Oh my goodness, here we go. Here we go, Mariner fans. Strike here. Dylan Moore will step up into the plate now. Dylan going to take over here for Kelnick. This ball's hit down the line. Drifting foul. Let's go. 283 says, now imagine if Seawald was pulled earlier. No, this is, and more than that, 283, that's a bad moment. You let Seawald in there too much and allowed a couple more extra runs to be tacked on. And then you've got the Robbie Ray situation where, in my opinion, you left Robbie Ray out there a couple batters too long and a couple runnings. This game very much could be tied if your manager managed the game. A major league manager does less than ever now with the analytics telling them what to do in situations and moments and where guys need to be. This ball's knocked foul. Dylan Moore's a little bit behind the barrel in this count, 0-2. But that's where there are moments where the manager needs to take a hold and be the guy to be in there and take control in a situation when it's called upon him to do so. And in my opinion, those 2 situations in this game loom very large in this moment. Very, very large. Dylan takes it low. Ball 1-2. Wu-Tang says, yeah, for real, that 5th inning was straight torture. Flavor on deck. Not going to lie, the home run was so strong it crashed my iPad while watching your stream. Hey, he did it with one hand. One hand. And how about Santana staying on that pitch? Just staying on it to get enough to poke it out there. Well done. Big inning here to get back into this. Now you got, there's still time, as somebody else said. We got time here. And you did get into that bullpen last night already. You do have to wonder with Mazza coming back-to-back nights like they're asking him to do, if it's part of the nice part about taxing the bullpen. That's strike 3 on a slider down at his feet for Dylan Moore. You do got to wonder a little bit if maybe that bullpen is a little bit taxed there from that standpoint. That's a good part of getting into him. But Carlos Santana does some major damage in this inning with a 3-run home run. Mariners had another run on top of that and get themselves back into this. Gosman says, F me, as the ball leaves the park. And the T-Mobile Park fans watching this on the screen, the big screen in the stadium there, are definitely feeling a little bit better. A little bit better. Tony says grown man strength. Yeah, he definitely has the grown man strength, Santana. It's hard to hit a home run as it is. To hit a home run where you're stretching out and you can't get any real torque on your swing, and then you're almost flicking it with one hand out there to do it. He had 2 hands on the bat technically, but the second contact has made it to one hand, meaning that overhand, this overhand on the bat when he's making that swing is giving him almost no power. Everything is coming by the way you whip the bat through the zone with your left hand at that point, which of course for a right-handed hitter is going to be, though it's your strong arm and your swing, that's still, obviously your left hand's not your weak arm. 283 says, well, they proved me wrong. Earlier I said they didn't have a chance. This is the Mariner team, man. You can never say they don't have a chance, right? 283. The resiliency they show, the ability to come back, you can't ever count them out at all. No. Because they will make you look funny. Daniel, they can't all be this. They can't all be easy this playoffs, baby. Let's go. Run differentials back up. That's right. Now we need the bullpen to hold this down. See, now we are back in play as far as Kirby in this game. Even within 3 runs, this is now within earshot. I'm not opposed to it. Oh, here we go. So the Blue Jays will be bringing up the top of their lineup. Matt Festa is going to be the pitcher here to start out the inning, and you do get the top of the lineup here for the Blue Jays. So Springer, Bichette, Guerrero. Man, it just seemed like those guys were just up. It's a tough top, this lineup too. No easy runs through that. So the Mariners throw a 4 spot up in that inning, making this a little more interesting. Here comes Springer to the plate. Festa with the ball. Oh my God, with the porn stuff. Stop. Nobody here is clicking on your link. I guarantee you. But I'm sure. Oh, Big Country. Big Country, I didn't mean to hide you. I was trying to get the adult dating site, and you put a comment right as I was trying to hide it. So you should be back good, though. So just retype what you put in there. Sorry about that, man. Trying to get the damn Orn off of here, man. So Big Country, just retype back in. I didn't mean to put you in timeout with that if it's not letting you. Yeah, you should be okay now. Dang it. God, the porn people, go away. Let us have our fun here. Nobody's thinking about that right now. All right, Festa's got a quick out there with a Springer. This will bring Bo Bichette up, and he will knock a ball back foul for 0-1. Duck Green, let's go M's. The Blue Jays lineup is nice, 1 through 9. Might be the deepest in the AL. It might be. That's true. I mean, there isn't a lot of weak spots. I mean, hell, their 9-hitter today is, I think, 2 for 3. 93-mile-an-hour four-seam fastball on the outside part of the plate there for 0-2 on Bo. Yeah, the dumb bots is right, man. It's so tiring, and they got to hit the stream 15 times sometimes. Like, let it go. Let it go. Bo Bichette hits this up in the air a little bit deep. Handinger drifting back to the warning track, and he will make the catch. Out number 2. Yeah, let's get a quick inning going. Let's get a nice fast inning going. Get right back up to the plate. Plenty of time left is right, James. Plenty of time. Maxwell Stern, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Big Country says YouTube has no answer for these bots. Well, the one thing I can do is I could slow the chat down, but I don't like doing that because I like you guys to be able to like put multiple messages in the chat because I know that you already have the 250 character limit, which I want to be able to have people be able to chance to elaborate when they want to say something. So if I slow the chat down, that's like, it's not my favorite thing to do. And even that's not going to stop them. 0-1 here to Vladdy. Oh, back up the middle. Oh, nice play there by Frazier. The ball is batted up the middle, goes between the legs of Festa. Has this weird sort of hop. Frazier played it very shaft style on that. He was just like, yeah, I got it, baby. I got that, baby. But that was actually a really tough play. That was actually not easy, but he picked it and short hopped it really nicely there. Good inning by the Mariners. Very nice to get through that so fast, so quick. After you just got your bat starting to maybe heat up just a little wee bit. Just a wee bit. A little momentum. Dare I say momentum? Jeff in the zone says you are a Blue Jays fan. No, Jeff, I'm a Mariners fan. Jeff said just subbed and liked. Well, thank you, Jeff. You're awesome for doing so. Mark Abercorn, any bets the Mariners win on a walk-off? Is there any doubt, Mark? Is there any doubt? It's good to see you here, Jeff, though. Thanks for trying out the channel, and definitely thank you for subbing and liking. And Jeff does remind me, if you do like what you're seeing right now, do me a favor, please. Hit that like button. Helps me out. Helps the channel grow. And, you know, I really do appreciate it, too. Dark Duck Green, let's get these sticks going is right, man. Let's get them heated up. Took them a little bit of time today, but let's get them off those, get them off the furnaces. They're red. They're warm. They're ready to go. Get the oven mitts on. Get up to the plate. Let's go. Master Chief says it's Julio time. It just might be. It just might be. And you will be getting Crawford, Julio, and France to lead this inning off. So the Mariners are getting the top of the lineup up as well. It's good to see. Remember the time we love chaos ball. The Blue Jays learned to thrive in chaos ball. We were born into it. Home run, then 1, 2, 3 innings right. That'll do. That'll do. That'll do, Festa. That'll do. Oh, Danny Wilson raising the Mariner flag on top of the Space Needle. I would not, my fear of heights would not allow me to do that. Brandon would be having a heart attack as he's lifting the flag. Crawford up to the plate now. Looks like the Angels are staying with the lefty, Mazza. Mazza with a 92-mile-an-hour fastball outside part of the plate. This might be his last batter here, actually. I would imagine that the Blue Jay manager will make a change here after Crawford quickly into an 0-2 hole here. And Crawford 0 for 2 in this particular game. Master Chief says Russ apparently has a partially torn lat. Yay. Ball 1. Good job by Crawford to hold up there. 1 and 2. That's not good. Especially if it's on his throwing side. I mean, that's one of those. We've seen with Russ before. He can fight through injury. He might play. But when Russ plays injured, he is diminished. That's for sure. 1 and 2 pitch here to Crawford. Outside, ball 2. 2 really good pitches there by Mazza, and just an awesome job of Crawford being able to not swing at a ball off the plate. Props to the umpire, too. I've given umpires a hard time here through this series, at least yesterday I did, but this umpire, good job there. That's a ball. Don't give it to the pitcher. Make him earn that strike. So Crawford fought his way back here in this at-bat. 2-2 count. Step back in here on Mazza. He's hanging tough. Lefty-lefty matchup. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Crawford did a good job that bat, looking at 2 pitches that were close. That one wasn't even really close inside, and he got him to swing. And indeed, this does look like they are going to make a pitching change here. Understandable for Schneider, the head coach of the Toronto Blue Jays, is you're going to go back to the righty matchup here with Julio coming up to the plate. Oh, my God, adult sight. Adult sight, please stop. Please stop. Just no more. I might just have to keep you turned. I'm just going to keep doing this constantly with you now. Really? Really? Big Country says, as of right now, I only see the Broncos winning 2 games. Well, if Russ has a torn lat, then they are only going to win 2 more games. I would have that same sort of thing. If that's the truth, I think they win probably 3 to 4 if Russ is in relatively okay shape and he's just a little sore. But I don't think that I think 4 is kind of their ceiling at this point. And I think we end up with the 6th or 7th overall selection. Minimum. The Pitt says apparently the injury happened against the Raiders too. Ooh. So this lat thing's got a little bit of steam to it then, huh, Pitt? Okay. That's gonna be tough. We got Russ tried with a high ankle sprain back a couple of years ago to play through that. He was a shell of himself. He tried to play with the finger injury last year, hanging off his hand. Even came back too fast on that. Was a shell of himself. He might get out there and play, but he will not be. And not that Russ has been playing great before the injury, but he's not going to be the same Russ. It is his throwing arm too, says Master Chief. Wow. Yeah, that's their year's done. Their year's done. If that's the case, it's done. Partial or full, it's done. Because it's not going to heal with him trying to work through it. It ain't going to heal with him anytime he throws. He's just like opening the wound back up. I imagine it's going to take probably surgery and then rest. But I don't know. Maybe that's one of those ones that does heal on its own. I'm not a doctor. I just play one on TV. Master Chief, he is expected to play. If it gets worse, he's done for. Well, even the doctors recommended that he should sit, but technically he could play through it. He'll play through it. He's one of those guys that doesn't strike me as I'll just take the doctor's advice and roll with it. That's always the way it seems to me. Okay, so the pitching change has been enacted here by the Toronto Blue Jays. Julio Rodriguez will step up to the plate here against Yimi Garcia, who's got a 3.10 ERA this season. Tough matchup here for Julio. First pitch fouled off, slider, 90 miles an hour. Good pitch. Nitro, dang, they are vicious today. They are, man. They're sticking dildos in the chat right and left. Tony says, imagine a top 12 pick from the Broncos. Imagine top 7, top 5, Tony. It would be amazing. 95-mile-an-hour fastball on the corner of the plate, low and away from Julio. Strike 2. Hang in there tough, kid. We need you to get us going here. He's had a couple of real hard hit balls today as Julio, just right at the defenders. 0-2 pitch. Fouled back. Fastball high. Wow, he went at him 0-2 with a fastball. Did surprise Julio there. He was a little late on his swing, but I would be too. I'm not looking fastball 0-2. I'm sure he was looking slider. Yimmy will probably bury one for him on this one, though. Yeah, Julio just looks slider here. He's not going to come back fastball again. He doesn't have the balls to do that. He doesn't have the guts. Wu-Tang says we finessed Denver on that trade. It does look like we indeed did finesse them in a big time fashion. It's looking like one of those trades where it's like, oof, gotcha. Don't call him. Thank you. Oh, ball. He did just what I thought. Brought that slider, swung it off the plate. Julio almost went around. Very close to going around. He did a good job of holding up. Looked like he held up. But boy, that was close. 1-2. Come back with a fastball here. Does he go slider again? Slider. Another plate sweeper. Ends up far off the plate. 2-2. Stay patient here, Julio. Make him throw you a strike. Now you can come back and start looking at that fastball here. You got yourself back in the count. Now you just start looking fastball. 2-2 pitch here to Julio Rodriguez. Down low inside, ball 3. Okay. Three and two. Garcia comes set. Delivery swings right over the top of a two-seam fastball. It's a good pitch at the knees. Got a lot of the plate there. Julio got a pitch he could maybe do something with. Just went right over the top of it with his swing. Tough day for Julio at the office at the plate. Just missed it. Had it timed up. Looked like he was right on it. Looked like he was looking fastball. Just couldn't quite make it happen there. Couldn't quite make it happen there. Remember the time Ty France once again first pitch swinging, and this will be a fly out to right field. France been first pitch swinging all game long. And that will be 3 outs. The Mariners 3 up, 3 down, and we will go into the bottom of the 7th inning with the Blue Jays still up 5-8. Remember the time. Having 2 lottery picks should be very entertaining. It will be. And helpful. Don't forget that as well. Very helpful and entertaining. Don't forget to remember the time the 2 second-round picks we got as well, which will be very high second-round picks potentially. Duck Green says, go Chargers. Go Chargers is right. Khalil Mack against the backup left tackle with Russ in his torn lat. 283, $250 million before he took a snap. That was smart. Smart of Russ's people, smart of Mark Rogers. I mean, look, Mark Rogers, I'm not a big fan of. I don't think Schneider's a big fan of. I think he's a bit of a pain in the ass. But as far as an agent goes, he's magnificent. He does exactly what the client would want, which is get me re-upped as fast as possible for maximum money every single time. And that's what he's done for Russell as a baseball manager. And if we finesse the Broncos out of the draft picks, Russell has definitely finessed the Broncos out of that money. Nitro says they gave the Broncos so many primetime games. I know. And it's wonderful from my standpoint, Nitro. People were commenting on the video with me and Brendan watching the live play-by-play of the Thursday night game. And they were like, how could you sit through and watch this game? I don't know about y'all. I loved that game. I was laughing and enjoying my ass off. I thought it was a wonderful game. Just perfect. Perfect. I could watch 12 of those games. If I get to watch that quarterback play from Russell and knowing what we're going to get, Because in the back of my mind, I'm just like, that first round pick's getting better and better and better and better. Oh, Lordy. James Black says, no one in Broncos country watched the 2020 playoff game against the Rams. I think that, James, that was the big problem and issue at play for why people are so surprised now by what they're seeing here. National media finally catches up to this week about the type of Russell Wilson we've seen here for the last going on well over a year and a half now, and taking stock of that. And they've been seeing his highlights over the last couple of years, so they're still thinking he's the same old Russ. But that game we saw this last week was a game very similar to one we've seen in Seattle far too often here with Russell Wilson. And it's no surprise to us here in Seattle. And they're all sitting there going, this is horrible baseball. Or horrible football. I can't believe I'm watching this. And that was just pathetic. Like, yeah, that's what we've been saying. That's what we've been hammering on for a while here. It's hard to watch when it's that bad. And Russ, at times in an offense, can make it look completely non-functional. Is it all his fault? No. But he has too many times where offense is guided by him, a guy who wants to be the highest paid quarterback in the league, a guy who looks at himself as one of the best in the league, who cannot elevate those around him and instead looks like he's in over his head at times. The Toronto trash can steps up to the plate, And he quickly finds himself 1-2. Matt Festa stays up on the hill for Seattle, doing a good job of pumping the zone. See if he can keep this held down for the team. Nitro says, I won't complain watching the Broncos lose on prime time, though. That's why for me, I'm like, hell yeah. Put them more on prime time. Let me see it even clearer. Give me that HD. Give me that special camera you only whip out when there's a great play down on the field and it's in like 5K, whatever. 283 says 6 to 7 wins max for the Broncos. That's max, man. I think they're hard pressed to get to 7 at this point. I think they end up at like, yeah, that's probably right because they do have a couple wins, so. That's about right. Wait a second. Are they a couple wins or are they only at... Yeah, they got the Texans and they got the... they got somebody else. 1-2. That ball's away. Two and two now. Festa, four-seam fastball, banged right up through the hole there, up the middle by Kirk, who is on base to start this inning off. Good piece of hitting by Kirk. No doubt about that. Good job. Still can't believe the Broncos beat the 49ers. Lucky for them, they got to play that game at home. All right, Matt. Hang in here, buddy. Big Country said that they beat the Niners. That game seemed fluky to me. Yeah, me too. 283 says that would probably put us around the 10th pick. If they go to the max, but I think that they'll be under the max. And quickly behind in this count to Hernandez. 2-0. Hernandez has done some damage today at the plate. Festa's got to be careful here. Oh, misses off the plate 3-0. Cannot walk him to lead this inning off. Come on, Matt. You've been doing a good job of getting in there. Come on. Come on. Oh, the umpire gave him a call. Thank you, Blue. Thank you, Blue. That was definitely inside by about 3 inches there. 3-1. Foul back, 3-2. Master Chief says if Jimmy G wasn't the worst quarterback in the league, they would have lost. True. Yeah. Yeah, his run out of the back of the end zone move. Seahawks were the ones who recognized Russell was really good and the team to realize his play was falling apart. Yeah, I'd agree, Nitro Hawk. I think they saw him as having that's just he had a very fast ball hit on the ground. Looks like a base hit, but he's up with it. Is Eugenio Suarez. No play to be had at first. Fast base runner, but a great play by Eugenio. Diving to his left. Able to make the play. Interesting that he wasn't able to, yeah, man, that guy's flying up the line. Hernandez was. Just flying up the line. Getting to first. Good job by him of running and hustling that ball out because he hit it hard. Eugenio got the ball to Frazier pretty quick, but it wasn't even close to even try to go make a play there. And Nitro, I think that, that's that's what the front office saw, was that this is not the same Russ it was 4 years ago, that he is in a different state than he is as a player. And that's the real key to Russ. And when you look at him right now and understanding that, it's not just the physical part that's fallen off. It's maybe some of even the mental, not capacity, but he's not recognizing things, getting surprised by stuff. There's things in his game that's just starting to dwindle a little bit. And maybe it's as some people said, there was a hit he took in the Cardinal game a couple of years ago that some people still to this day maintain got him in trouble, and he's not been the same from, and he took a hard CET hit, like a Tua type hit on that play. Could be. It's possible. It is definitely possible. But whatever is the bottom line on a Nitro Hawk, it's that he's not the same player he once was. And we finessed the 49ers probably. 283 says, and people thought Jimmy G was the answer this year, laughing out loud. Yeah, I know. You know me with that one, 283, where I was sitting there and I put my staff in the ground and I said, these shall not pass. No Baker Mayfield, no Matt Corral, no Malik Willis, no Desmond Ridder, no Baker Mayfield, no Jimmy Garoppolo. No. We didn't need any of those guys. No, they weren't going to help us. And look what Gino's doing. He's playing much better than all of those guys. And that was the point at the time, was that they're not significant upgrades. I didn't know Gino was going to play this good, but they still were not going to be significant upgrades, which if you're going to make that move for a quarterback in a rebuilding year, he better be an upgrade, and a significant one at that. Duck Green, he wanted more than they were willing to give him. Very true, Duck. It was the fact that in the day his agent told you that you're going to want, I said Murphy for the left-handers. I forgot he was right-handed on that. They told him that he was going to want $60 million next year on the new next contract. The Mariners were like, we're not paying you at 34 years old $60 million a year. Are you high? No. And that was the thing that finally cinched it and clinched it. Nitro, who knows? Maybe they are fine with paying quarterbacks. They were just worried about his play. Could be. I mean, look, they paid him twice before that, didn't they? When they knew he was still at the level he was at. So it didn't hold them back then and there. I think in the future that it's not as likely that they lean back in that direction of things, though. It's possible, but I think they could be one of those teams to try to look at go another route with this. Why are you starting our best closer, says Michael? Save him for tomorrow. I think, Michael, when you come down to tomorrow's game, you're not resting anybody. So unless his arm is falling off tomorrow, I think you're willing to work just about everybody. And once you got to within 3 runs of this game, you have to keep giving your team a chance at the plate here with a couple innings left to see if they can do something. So I'm okay with it, actually. You got to manage these games differently in the playoffs than you do regularly. If the defense wasn't straight that trash dookie, this Hawks team would be really solid. They would, yeah. Sean Seal says hello from Timmins, Ontario, Canada. Go Blue Jays, go. Well, thank you, Sean, for jumping in as a Blue Jay fan. And I'd say best of luck to you guys, but I got a rooting interest for my Mariners to take this game. But thank you for jumping on in. Looks like we're going to have one hell of a series on our hands here, Sean. Duck Green, all right, guys, hope they come back, but got to listen to the Ducks program if they don't see you tomorrow. Sounds good, Duck. Sounds good. Murphy's got a 1-1 count here. 1 man down, runner on first. He's going to go, and he's going to steal the base, does Hernandez. Nice job there by Hernandez to get the stolen base there. Throw was just a little late there from Cal Raleigh. They weren't really trying to keep the runner on. Service asked Murphy to take a second so he can review this tape. Indeed, it looked like with the tag where it's at, he probably gets to the bag before you get the tag on. Yeah. Nothing to really review here. He got there. And I don't even think we tagged him. It's close, but nice job by Hernandez there. He's played a real good game. So Chapman's got a 2-1 count here from Murphy. Base hit, gets a runner in, no doubt, with that speed on second. Throws him a slider for a strike on the inside part of the plate. 2-2. 2-2. Murphy comes set, looks back at the runner at second, goes into his wind. Ball. Can be a little worried there too. Murphy's got a little bit of a wind up here. Do not want to let Hernandez steal third with one man down. So keep a close eye on him back there, Murph. 3-2 count. Murphy gets him to hit on the ground over to the first base side. And he's going to be safe. Slow rolling ball to the first base side. Boy, the Blue Jays in this series is about like 7 or 8 of these just single eye singles where just they put the ball in play. It's the benefit of putting the ball in play versus striking out as often as you do, like our Mariners will sometimes do, where you strike out so often and put the ball in play, good things can happen. And didn't do a whole hell of a lot there on that. Just sort of put the swing out on the baseball. Just kind of just threw the bat at the ball there a little bit. Great hustle up the line from the guy. And Murphy, quite frankly, a little slow to get over there and cover. Little slow to get over there and cover on that play. Murphy's got to be to the bag. He can't be beat by the runner there to the bag as a pitcher. You've got to outrun the batter to the bag. And usually if you're really hauling right off the rip there, I think what Murphy did is he sort of counted on there that he was going to be able to have the opportunity that France was going to be able to run back to the bag and just take it himself. All right, runners on first and third now. Like a run here with only 2 innings left definitely maybe put you to bed if you're the Seattle Mariners. Murphy definitely laboring, taking a very long time to kind of figure what he wants to do here. And he's got Jansen here in a 1-1 count. Nice pitch there. This ball is hit, and this will be a base hit. This will score a run. Mariner pitchers today struggling all the way around against this Toronto lineup, and it is a good lineup, no doubt about it, but just really struggling through. And when the Blue Jays are able to get one of these seeing eye single hits, they make you pay. The next batter will come up and make you pay, no doubt about it. But Mariners pitchers just struggling to kind of find the zone. This is left just kind of right up over the plate there where he can do something with it. Too many runs. Too many runs. This ball's hit back foul. Oh, 1. Strike outside part of the plate there, 1-1. Ramel Tapia up at the plate here. 8th hole hitter. Blue Jays now with 12 hits in this game on 9 runs. Dazilla Hawk says, I can't see the tiny writing. What is that score and inning? Oh, I'm sorry. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning, 1 out. Score is 9-5, Toronto Blue Jays. The Pitts has got to bring back Randy Johnson. We do. We need Randy for the closer. I bet he still could run up there at 93, 94 for a game. 0-2 pitch here from Murphy. Low on a slider, 1-2. Yikes. Thanks, Brandon. Yeah. Zilla, Robbie Ray struggled today. A couple of relievers have struggled today coming in relief. Just, you've left too many meaty balls over the middle of the plate. You know, the Toronto Blue Jays are the, you gave I was going to say something that would probably get me in trouble there. I do have to mute myself sometimes. Blue Jays took advantage. You leave them that spicy meatball, they're going to do something with it. We got away with one on that pitch there. He left it up high again there, did Murphy. Tomorrow, Logan Gilbert's got to do a better job when he comes into this game and thinking about this. This is too good a lineup of the Blue Jays. Too good a lineup. Two things you can't do with this lineup is give them free passes and then give them pitches that allow them to put good swings on the baseball, and hard contact. Nitro Hawk says, watched a lot of the last B&B show. It was funny how basically nobody cared for the Saints Seahawks game. Yeah, Nitro, we weren't planning on it to be like that either. We thought, we were planning for the game to be over by that time. Of course, that game being there was no offense and NFL got to have about 30,000 commercial breaks. They were going to take advantage of it with every punt that was going to occur in that game. But then we knew, too, all of the rest of you guys were watching at that time. So it was like, if we talk the Saints here, everybody's going to want to be talking this Russell game. That was the story, as we found out, too, the next day with the media nationally, because they were all over it. And so, yeah, you had to cover it. But it was fun to cover it, too, Nitro. Thanks for watching, though. D Nugget says, this is the playoff. Teams are elite. You can't sleep. Mambas only win. That's right. You got to be on your P's and Q's in the playoffs, man. There's no room for error. No, we'll just kind of mess our way through. And the pitching today and Scott Service, as far as how he's managed this bullpen today, has been a little bit awkward. 0-1 delivery here. Batted foul. 0-2. 2 outs here. Bottom of the 7th. Blue Jays up 9-5. Working 9 to 5. What a way to make a living. Okay, 0-2. Let's close this down, Murphy. Get this back to your offense, see what they can do. So the pitch hit up into the air. A little pop-up in the infield to Ty France. He walks underneath it, finds his way. That will be out number 3, but the Toronto Blue Jays play a little bit of tack on here. Getting an extra run on top of the 8-9, so we are 9-5. Seattle Mariners, as we will turn this around and go into the top of the 8th inning with the middle of the order due up in Suarez, Raleigh, and Mitch Haniga. And I will be right back, folks. All right. Eugenio Suarez will take on Anthony Bass here to begin things off in the top of the 8th inning. Bass coming in with a 1.54 ERA and 70 1/3 innings of work. 27% strikeout rate. The major league average of 22%. So he's a tough one. He's a tough dog up on the hill there. He's a big bass fisherman. He likes to get out the big old school bass drum. 1-1 here to Eugenio Suarez. Bounced foul, 1-2. Mariners got five. Got to blame the staff today, boys. Yeah, Verlander's going to start game 1 of the ALDS. Not a surprise there. So it will be a rough if we advance. It's going to be uphill. Verlander's pitched us tough overall this year. We got to him in his first start against us, but then he had 2 other starts where he was absolutely nails against this lineup. Two-two pitch here to Eugenio. Nice job of keeping his eye on it. If the pitcher is going to walk you here, you need base runners as much as anything if you're Eugenio here. I know you've relied on the big stick throughout the year here, but you need guys on base. Nitro says, I remember when the experts said Broncos would win the Super Bowl. I remember when they said that too. I don't think maybe you're going to say it now. 3-2 pitch here to Eugenio. Batted foul, stays alive. Looked like it could have been ball 4 there, but he asked the umpire on it. Nitro says, I found a few that said Denver's would win, but mostly Bills. I think there's a couple that I thought Denver. Didn't Coward say Denver? Dezilla, we can at least 2 runs each inning. Is Julio still in and healthy? We could do this with 2 runs each inning. Yep, still in it. Eugenio gives this a ride down the line. Long way to go for the fielder. This is going to fall, and this is going to get him down to second. He'll trot into second base. A long way for the left fielder to go there. Right down the line. Eugenio on base. Nobody out. Mariners down 9-5. Nice little swing here. Just hooked that thing right down the line. It's carrying away from the fielder. I think Tapia there, you got to think maybe a little bit like we saw from Springer earlier when he jumped for a play in center field. Didn't want to really lay out there after he had laid out the prior play, and it's probably still, those ribs are probably a little sore still, no doubt. So maybe you got to benefit on that one just a little bit here. So here comes Cal Raleigh up to the plate now. Let's see if the big dumper can dump one in the back of the seats and the back deck. Cal comes up, early pitch swinging, knocks this foul, just missing, getting that fair down the line. He's timed up on Bass well here. Flo Brothers, I'm new to the channel. Please read. Hello, read my comment, please. What's up, Flo? It's good to see you in the chat, man. Hope you're doing well. 283, I think it's funny how people thought Seahawks fans booing Russ was absolutely terrible, but it's okay when he gets booed in 3 straight home games. Exactly. All right, 0-1 here to Cal. Eugenio on second base. Cal gets this knocked up into the gap. This is going to score. Eugenio. Tapia up with it. He might be able to keep Cal to a long single, and he does here, but the Mariners add one back on the board. 9-6. Inching ever closer. Here. Good piece of hitting by Cal, going the other way with it. Solid line drive stroke. It was outside by about 3 inches, but he just put such a good stroke on the ball. That was well done. Didn't try to do too much with it. Didn't overswing. Just put the ball in play. Trust the bat to let it work. Good stuff. Nitro says, crazy call and saying Denver win a Super Bowl. The Pit, hey, Phillies got 6 in the 9th yesterday, so it ain't over till it's over. It ain't over till it's over. We're going to Levy Kravitz this thing. Baby, it ain't over till it's over. Let's go. I ain't hearing no fat lady yet. I ain't hearing no fat lady singing yet. Cal Raleigh on first. Nobody out. Mitch Haniger up to the plate. Mitch on the day, 0 for 3. He's had some tough at-bats. And this is a little bit why. It's not some good, just not any real good swings here with Cal. 2 strikeouts in this game already. 1 for 7 in this series. Come on, Cal. Come on, Mitch. I mean, not Cal. Cal, you did your part. You did what you need to do. Bass tries to throw him another slider that he got him to swing at on the first at bat. Does so there. We've got Raleigh shoes on their feet, on their head in Seattle. We are a weird crew. You got to do whatever you got to do, I guess. They're showing the fans in T-Mobile Park putting shoes on their head. Desperation is definitely set in the Mariner fan base. T-Mobile Park. Mitch Haniger, swing and a miss on a slider. He is really uncomfortable by Bass's slider here in this at-bat. I think it's been 3 straight that he's thrown him here, and he has not been locked in on any of them. Daniel says Julio's due this series. I don't know when it's going to come when he next comes up at bat, but he's due. He is due. And he's hit some hard balls even today. I think he did well yesterday. He got hit a couple times, but he also hit ball. This ball's hit back up in the middle for a base hit by Mitch Haniger. Good piece of hitting on a 1-2 count. That'll do there, Mitch. That'll do. First and second, nobody out. Bass has certainly been dinged a little bit here. And goes back to, it looks like the slider again. Mitch just got low on it. Stayed down with the pitch. Good piece of hitting this inning by the Mariner batters. Really good piece of hitting. Everybody around, obviously everybody's got a base hit, but just they're not cheap hits either. These guys are Bass didn't just completely leave the ball over the middle of the zone here. They just put some good swings on it, and he will be brought. They'll bring out another reliever now. See if maybe the Blue Jays start to get a little tight with these pitchers. You've lost a little bit of your room for error here. Home run ties this game up. Big Country says, even if it was prime Russ, they weren't winning the Super Bowl, laughing out loud. No, they weren't. But that people were falling in love nationally with the Russ to Denver thing. They were just losing their mind over it. A lot of wet dreaming going on out there. Y2K says, who's arguably the best reliever in baseball? Shoot, I don't know. I probably haven't covered enough of those other teams just to really get a feel for it. I mean, Diaz maybe has a good, the Mets might have a good claim to it. Tony says the M's aren't going away quietly. We never do, Tony. Resiliency lingers and resides within the soul of this Mariner team, and they've shown you that all year long. That's why you've tied a franchise record for walk-off wins. That's why over the last couple of years you've been so good, and people knock you for your run differential. But you've been able to overcome that run differential over the last couple of years, because this team has shown a spirit to be able to hang in these close type of games. And this will bring Jordan Romano in with a 2.11 ERA and 64 innings of work this year, 28% strikeout rate, 8% walk rate, 36 saves. Tough right-hander, comes real over-the-top delivery. And he's got that long extension like we're going to see from Logan Gilbert tomorrow. He's one of those long extenders off the mound. They're showing that here on the telecast, where he's just, he can really get with a lot of depth at the end. When he's letting go of that pitch with that arm length he's got, you don't have a lot of time to recognize what's going on with it. Adam Frazier steps up to the plate now. Frazier's had a very good game. Definitely feels like he's pretty locked in here. A good lefty-righty matchup, even though you are facing the closer here of the Blue Jays. First pitch, high, ball 1. 1-0. Nice high there by Frazier. He's always going to take a little bit of a pitch there, isn't he? One and oh. Oh, Frazier, make him throw you a strike, buddy. Make him throw you a strike. Like, why are you waving at the slider? Just recognize the slider. Make him get that first pitch over. 1-1. 2 sliders to start this out as far as your sequence goes here to Frazier. Frazier hits it hard. Base hit to the left side. Cal Raleigh will move up. Too hardly hit for him to be able to come around to home, but now you've got the bases loaded. Nobody out. 4 straight hits for the Mariner hitters. And Frazier, again, this whole game showing you the kind of approach you want to see in a playoff. You're going to face a tough pitcher. Don't do too much with it. Go with it. Level stroke. Much like Cal Raleigh, that ball was out of the zone, but a good level stroke can save you and bail you out. And it did so there. Good piece of hitting by Frazier, and the Mariners have the bases loaded. Winning runner steps up to the plate in Carlos Santana, who already has a home run in this game. Santana bouncing the bat off of his shoulders. And he hits it up, high, deep, back. And Santana stepping back for a second. He did something with his foot there, I guess, on that swing, as that ball will go back foul 0-1. But he's stepping on his foot like something was... My cat can tell I'm getting excited. Yeah, he's definitely a little dodgy on that foot right now, trying to get a feel for it. I don't know what happened. If he just stepped weird on his left foot, it's maybe just... Oh, no, it's his hamstring. He pulled a hammy. He pulled a hammy on it. Yeah, they're going to have to take him out if that's a pulled hamstring. You ain't going to be able to keep batting on that unless you're Kirk Gibson in 87 against Eckersley. Could be a cramp. Could be a cramp. It's weird you pull your hammy on a swing. That's more likely kind of just a cramp situation. But if he ain't feeling good, this is too important to bat here with Carlos. We can't have you just coming up there if you can't swing it here. Yeah, he's gingerly walking on it here. I think he's going to try. See what they do. Give me Abraham Toro. Toro's super clutch in these moments. He says, "Nah, I'm all right. I'm all right." He's wincing, though. He's wincing. God, if it ain't feeling good, man, you got to take yourself out. You got bases loaded, nobody out. You're already 0-1 in this count, buddy. Don't tough guy this just to tough guy it. Santana 2 for 3 with a home run in this game. He's trying to stretch it out here. Baltimore pitcher Romano's had a lot of time here in between these pitches, so we'll see where he's at. Mariner fans in the stadium clutching their faces. 0-1. Bases are juiced. Top of the 8th inning. Nobody out. Carlos Santana up at the plate. Hits it foul, 0-2. Oof. He didn't go. Threw him a nasty slider down there in the dirt. Blue Jay fans are letting the umps know. Very close to swinging. Oh, he was close on that one. He might have just gotten that swing through on that one. And the Angel dugout's pissed. 1-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him on a slider. Santana going back to the dugout and tough. That'll bring up Dylan Moore. Moore is able to do much in his first at bat there. 0 for 1 here. Blue Jays will play this straight away. Strike, slider, outside part of the plate. Romano definitely working that slider well with a bunch. Come on, Dylan. Oh, 1. This ball's hit foul. Mariner hitters are having a hard time with Romano putting this ball in play right now. We saw Santana fouling back the first couple pitches. And now Moore's got himself quickly 0-2. You got a tough closer. Getting yourself into 0-2 counts is brutal. Come on, man. Outside, ball 1. Catcher tried to frame that one, but too far outside. One and 2. 1 man out. Top of the 8th inning, bases loaded. Blue Jays have called upon their closer here to shut this down. Outside, ball 2. Does he dare go back to the slider here and risk getting into a 3-2 count with Dylan? Moore's got to shorten his swing here. Probably looking more fastball, aren't you? Foul back, threw him a slider and threw it for a strike. Nice job by Dylan to stay with that pitch. Two and 2. Fans in the stadium nervously fidgeting about, both Mariner and Toronto fan alike. Strike 3. Gets him to swing at what would have been ball 3. And props to Romano for having the guts to go to that slider, bases loaded like that. And know you can throw it for a strike, know you can get a swing and a miss. And the Mariners' lack of plate discipline once again today has caught up with them in this game. That's the 12th strikeout. And what you have today is you got a situation where you don't have the home runs today really outside of the shot hit by, you got 6 runs, so I guess I can't tell you too much. And Crawford's just going to hit this meekly out into center. Long way to run. That ball's going to get in. Bo Bichette's hurt down on the ground. 1 runner's going to score. 2 runners are going to score. 9-9 Mariners. 9-9 Mariners. Just a can of corn ball that went out into center field. Looked like it was going to be off the bat. A routine fly ball. The ball is then dying. 3 players converging at once. Bo Bichette, outfielder. Bichette collides with the outfield. Center fielder's still down, and boy, has he had a hard day as Springer. Springer's going to be more beat up than a football player coming off a Sunday game. He's got his arms extended out from his body. He's laying out his back. Still down on the play. Crawford, the old hit 'em where they ain't. And able to pull it off and bring this game back to a tie. Let's go. What's up? It ain't over till it's over. I'll tell you that. You're going to have to play all 9 innings to beat this team. All 9 innings. Let's go. Refuse to lose. Refuse to lose. And Springer is still down on his back on the field. Guy banged already once into the outfield fence. Had another time where he banged into it. A little bit lighter later on. I guess that's not Springer. Sorry, that's the other outfielder. It's the right fielder. Isn't it? Or is that Springer? I think that is Springer. We believe. We believe is right. Oh, man. Yeah, that's Springer. He's out a day. He's out a day. And I'm just gonna go get in the bath now, okay? I'm gonna go get a bubble bath. I'm good. I'm good. I'll get back tomorrow, coach. I'll get it tomorrow. And he's in rough shape. He's hanging on the trainer right now. They're gonna bring out, you never rarely see the cart brought out for players. Crowd real quiet right now, says James. You can feel before that play, even with Crawford and the last two batters with Moore, definite unease as this score is getting closer and closer and closer. Unbelievable, though. 4 runs here in the top of the 8th inning. And the players, it was a big collision out there between Bo Bichette and Springer. And boy, Springer just... Kid's giving his body up today for the Blue Jays. Trainer patting him on the back. He's leaning over trying to breathe. I don't know if it's just maybe I don't know if it's concussion. He's not really touching anything like there's something in particular. I wonder if maybe just got concussed or something. So an amazing turn of event here for the Mariners on an incredible hitting. You bang out a bunch of base hits in a row with just some good hitting, and guys, not where guys are lacing the ball all over the place, just putting good swings on hits. I was just a second ago giving a hard time for the 12 strikeouts because of the fact you see here on this play, the good things that happen when you get the bat on the ball and put it in fair territory. Doesn't always have to be a laser beam hit. It can be a hit them where they aren't kind of play like Crawford just did there. And it looks just as beautiful as a line drive hit into the gap. And Bo Bichette still I'm trying to see what happened here. Oh yeah, they just had a strange kind of collision. Hard for anybody to call that ball. Strange also of Springer to be playing that deep. I guess you're playing that deep because of the situation, because you don't want Crawford to hit it over your head, and then you allow the winning run to come in. Oh, yeah, it's like his head got banged right off the turf. That's got to be probably a concussion. But you probably have him playing a little bit deeper there, which allows that ball to get in front of him then, where that might be a little bit more of a routine, normal fly ball at that point in a normal game. I don't know if that was the case, but he had to run so far, did Springer, to get to that ball. Voodoo Magic says that's karma. Cheater Springer. Steve's Real World, the guy did not look good. He looked in rough shape. It makes sense that'd be a concussion. Okay, somebody was saying Julio Rodriguez is due, and he will now step up to the plate, will Julio. Runner on second. 2 men out. Top of the 8th inning. Blue Jay manager's face is getting very red in the dugout. Meanwhile, service cold as ice. Oh, wait, is it not? Oh, they're going to intentionally walk Julio. Whatever. So that will bring up France, the man who kicked all this off this inning. Still early pitch swinging here. Fouls that one off. France is going to be I'm going to start just call him first pitch swinging France here in a second. He loves him his first pitches. In MLB history, there have been 2 comeback wins from being down by 7 runs. One time it happened in 2008. One time it happened in 1929. So this would be an amazing spectacle for this Mariner team to pull this off if they were able to do so. On top of giving you of course, the series win here today if they are able to win. 1-1 count here to tie France. Runners on first and second, 2 men out, top of the 8th inning. Mariners tied up with the Toronto Blue Jays 9-9. Bass comes set. Hit foul on the outside corner. 1-2. Just like last time, France just put a good swing on this ball. Don't do too much with it. We just need one more run. One more run, then we could go Swanson Munoz and finish this thing out. France pinwheels the bat around a couple of times. Here's the delivery. Outside. 2-2. Two and two. Romano set. Payoff pitch. Swing. Strike 3. 13th strikeout of the game for the Seattle Mariners, but Crawford is able, through some sort of form of otherworldly magic on a routine pop fly, to get the Mariner hitters in that they need to get in to tie this game up. We got a 9-9 game heading into the bottom of the 8th inning. Here we go. Yeah, they're scared of Julio. They knew Julio was due. And yeah, Mark, no one bet you because everyone knew it was possible, man. Munoz is warming up. The damage is done. We have a game. We do have a game, man. This seems like a little early for Munoz. I mean, I guess you do have the theoretical top of the lineup coming up here for the backup here for the Blue Jays, where it will be Bradley, Bichette, and Guerrero. So maybe you're thinking that's the more dangerous part. Give me my best reliever for those 3 guys. I can understand Service doing that for sure, especially with how your bats have started to heat up, and you have gotten into this Blue Jay bullpen kind of officially now, haven't you? Jacob says, tied 9-9 in the 8th. I just got off of work, don't own a TV, so I'm glad I get to enjoy this live stream. Well, thank you, Jacob. Appreciate you jumping in. I'll try to give you some good scintillating play-by-play as we go down the stretch here. Wu-Tang Financial says, Papa Service ain't playing no more. No, he's not. He said, I gave you your chance, Toronto. I gave you your chance. Now you're getting the real me. Sam the Great says, glad I never checked out of this game. Not in the playoffs, Sam. You got to stay with it all the way. All the way. I like Kirby coming out here because Kirby does give you the option here of holding off on Munoz until you do get that lead. Kirby can get you a couple of innings. You also still do have Swanson, but you do want to be too careful about going too much into your pen here if this is going to go into extra innings. So if Kirby can come out and look solid here, I want to stay with him. Perfect time to have Kirby come in. Let's go. No, it's Munoz. Back and forth on this one. Munoz is out, not Kirby. I was given false information in the chat. Munoz came in yesterday, of course, and shut down this Toronto lineup, tossing 103-mile-an-hour fastballs. Tall order today. Tall order today right now with the meat out. Springer's out of the game now, so that will bring Bradley up. Munoz 2.49 ERA, 65 innings of work this year, 39% strikeout rate, which is nearly double that of the Major League average. And, of course, only a 6% walk rate, so he also is below the Major League average on that. So just can't count him to be wild. Bradley up to the plate here. 1-0 on the first pitch here from Munoz. 283 says, well, Munoz is out for game 3. Probably, but not necessarily 100% either. This is the playoffs. You'll burn the wick out if you have to. 1-0 here to Bradley now. Strike. Nice slider there on the outside part of the plate. 1-1. Big country, that 39% strikeout rate is insane. It is insane. Doubling the major league average. Like double. 1-1 count. Outside on that slider. Far off the plate. 2-1. Voodoo Magic says the ballsy move would be to put in Logan to play for the win and start Kirby tomorrow if they lose. That would be a ballsy way to go about it. Logan kind of strikes me as a guy who's got a whole thing in how he prepares the day for the pitch, though. I don't know if he's as much I don't know why, but I have more faith in Kirby to do this than I would Logan. Coming out of the bullpen, at least. 2-1, strike. 2-2. Slider low. Got him to swing at one there. I know, though, going at the meat of this order, I probably don't want to bring Kirby into having to take on Bichette, Vlad, etc. We got Hernandez later in this, so I can understand them maybe protecting him by bringing in Munoz a little early, but you do now theoretically blow Munoz out of this inning to where this goes extra innings. You can get a little lean in that pen. Swing and a miss. Strike 3 on another slider. This one in the zone on Jackie Bradley. So there we go. Strike 1. 1 out here in the bottom of the 8th inning. That will definitely do. 283 says, put Luis Castillo in for the 9th. There we go. Come on, Luis. You got 1 inning in you. Can you Randy Johnson this? We need you to Randy this. Of course, the Mariners did that in 95 with Randy. Brought him in out of the bullpen. You needed to stop. I think he gave up a base hit, too, and then we had to come back and get 2 runs in the next inning. All right, Bo Bichette steps up to the plate. Had a nasty little collision last inning with Springer. Let's see how he's feeling here. Ball 1. Slider misses just off the plate. Bichette 1 for 4 in this game. Munoz comes set. Ooh, that looked good. That looked good. 102 mile an hour 4-seam fastball that was right on the inside part of the plate. You can see it on the pitch tracker. That was a strike. Umpire gave it to him. Tough pitch to track. Got a lot of movement on it, and the catcher's setting up outside, so it looks like with the catcher having to rechange where he's going to try to frame. He doesn't get a chance to frame that, really. But Bichette got a little bit of a break on that pitch. 2-0. 3-0. Slider misses far outside. Jacob says, I think if we lose today, then we win tomorrow for sure. I would prefer to have a pitcher as great as Logan be utilized against a tougher opponent like the Astros. Well, it's no guarantee that you're going to win tomorrow, though. I mean, it's still going to be a tough, there's no guarantees. I don't want to leave something in reserve just because I thought I had this game won for sure. Tomorrow's game won for sure if it gets to that. That's why we got to take care of business tonight, though, and make this just an argument that doesn't even have to matter. Irrelevant, as they say. 3-1. Bichette fouls that ball back. Sonia, how about Cleveland being so young and so good? They're very good, Sonia. They play good baseball. They play good traditional baseball, too. They're not just relying on that home run stroke. They'll play defense. They'll hit small ball. They'll play small ball. Obviously have a very good manager there. 3-1. Munoz comes set. Slider inside. Gets him to foul that off. 3-2. Megan says, got the USC game on in the background. My mentals won't let me watch the M's. Fair enough, Megan. It's getting tight. It's getting tight. D-Nugget says, a Cal walk-off coming. I'd love to see it. Three and 2. Payoff pitch. Inside, ball 4. Munoz not happy with that miss there. Missed kind of far off the plate there a bit. And now you're going to bring up Vlad Guerrero with a man on. Bichette just does a good job getting on base in front of him there. And this Toronto lineup always seems to put Vlad in positions where he's got guys on base. Just always got you in a little bit of treacherous territory. Vlad's 1 for 3 in this game. He's got a walk. He's been good this series. No, he hasn't. We've actually gotten the better of him this series so far here. Overall, but dangerous position here for Munoz. Had this matchup yesterday and was able to handle business. Boy, not just off the plate inside, ball 1. Munoz steps to the back of the mound, takes a deep breath, kind of gets himself rechecked here. Does he come back with a fastball here to make sure he doesn't go down 2-0 in this count? Start him off the slider. Jacob, I would love to see us take care of business tonight. I just can't see us losing a best-of-3 series after pulling off an epic 4-win sweep against the Blue Jays squad. Logan, I trust for a Game 3 win. Me too, man. Me too. One-0 here. Swing and miss. Runner runs down from second. Bochette will get the stolen base. Nice job by Bochette. They were looking at him prior to that. They had a feeling he might go. And much like earlier on the prior stolen base attempt by Hernandez, Raleigh really didn't have much of a chance down there to get him. Throw was a little bit off, but I think even if the throw's on time, he gets such a good jump on that play, he's going to get in there safe. Was a strike on the play on that was a slider here, so he's gone back-to-back sliders to Guerrero. Bichette now on second base. 1 man down, 1-1 count. Munoz looks back with the wind. Low, ball 2. Sonia said Cleveland had 19 strikeouts. Jeez. Goodness. Well, we've struck out 12 times today, whatever that's worth. Munoz has given him nothing but sliders here for the first 3 pitches. Let's see if he comes back here with the heater. I bet Guerrero's sitting heater too. Slider, bounce foul. Yeah, I think Guerrero was sitting heater. A little out in front of that pitch. He was loading up for him to finally give in to him, and he didn't. Very nice little battle going on here. I don't think Guerrero really wants to deal with that slider. And Munoz doesn't really want to throw him a fastball. Who will give in first here? Munoz looking in. Coming set. 2-2 pitch. Another slider bounced on the ground. This is going to be a relatively tough play for Crawford. He's able to come up with it and make the play. Bichette is able to get over to third base, but a bullet dodged here as you are able to put down the very heavy-hitting Vladimir Guerrero II. Jacob says Andrus Munoz has been a little tainted in my mind ever since he blew a 3-1 lead in the 8th inning against the Guardians on Ichiro's Mariners Hall of Fame induction ceremony night. That one stung. It does. But he's been great this year overall. I mean, you can't ask for him to be much better than he's been. And all those relievers, eventually, they're like cornerbacks. Everybody's going to get beat eventually a little bit. It's the nature of the position. 283 says retire 29 if Cal walks it off. Oh, man. 283, can't be perfect every game. No, you can't. The Mariners are going to have a little bit of a meeting here up at the mound. Alejandro Kirk comes up to the plate, and he has been a tough out in this series. He is hitting .429 in this series as Alejandro, and the Seattle Mariner pitchers have just not been able to do much with him. Just finding a way somehow or another. It's not always a hard hit ball, but he gets the bat on the ball. You're not going to strike him out. See how Munoz goes about his business with him here. Ball one. Munoz just having a hard time getting out ahead of these guys tonight. Oh, Megan, I think they might. You might get that with USC tonight. We'll see. One 0 pitch. Bichette on third base. 2 men out. Bottom of the 8th. Another slider missed inside here with Munoz. Dangerous pitch here. Kirk can swing the bat. Dangerous pitch here. Come on, Andres. Another slider strike. I don't know. He might have thrown maybe one fastball this inning. It's been slider. 2-1. Andres Munoz comes set. Pitch is inside on Kirk. 3-1 now. Munoz is missing in kind of the same spot. 283 says just walk Kirk. I was thinking that too, but then I think you got Hernandez coming up, and he's 2 for 3 today with a home run. So you worry a little bit about that. And yeah, I agree, Big Country. The control is a little off for Munoz right now. Scary territory because you think he's going to probably give in here and throw a fastball, not wanting to get to Hernandez. And Kirk is going to be looking for a fastball. 3-1 pitch. Strike. Oh, we got a little bit of a benefit on that one. To throw another slider, 3-1. So obviously there's a little bit in his mind of I'm willing to walk Kirk here. He doesn't throw that slider with where his control's at right now if he's not thinking, I don't want to give in to him. If I got to walk him, I'll walk him. Maybe they like that. Maybe they like the Hernandez matchup a little better potentially, and that's why he's being careful with him here. So Alejandro, 3-2 pitch. You know this is going to be a slider, right? There's no way they're going to give in at this point and give him a fastball. Ground ball, second base. Frazier's up with it. He's got it, and he's out. And indeed, it was another slider there. So Andres Munoz works his way out of danger here. Gets through the bottom of the 8th inning. We're going into the top of the 9th inning. Mariners tied 9-9. Let's go. True Texan says, I came here to see what's happening. Wow, sorry I missed the first part of the game. I do hope you all pull out the win. Me too, True Texan. I want an Astros matchup, man. Let's go. And give me 1 second, folks. White Knuckle City now here. Eugenio Suarez takes the plate and swings at a first pitch slider here as Romano still will go back out onto the hill here for the Toronto Blue Jays. They're going to try to get 2 innings out of their closer here. See what Eugenio can do here. Swing and a miss, back-to-back sliders. See, with both Munoz and Romano, they're going to work that slider over and over. Be very careful of the lineup, not try to give them any kind of fastballs to hit. Swing and a miss. 3 just flailing swings there by Eugenio on all 3 sliders. Romano with his 4th strikeout here in an inning and a third of work. You can see he's a tough pitcher, and he's got that such a long, lengthy delivery there where he really gets close with that release that it just doesn't give you a lot of time to pick up where that ball is coming from. The big dumper comes up to the plate. Cal Raleigh. Low and inside on a fastball. 1-0. Raleigh with a good piece of hitting last time. Swung at a ball a little bit out of the zone, but just put such a good level stroke on it and went with the pitch. He was able to get it out there into left field for a base hit. Help things keep going last inning there where they got those 4 runs. Oh, he took a big swing at that one. He took a home run swing at that one and went right through it. 1-1. Might have been ball 2 there on that one too. But we've seen with Cal, he can get up to that ball a little bit higher in the zone. He's got the bat speed to catch up to it. 1-1. Outside, ball 2. Two and 1. All right, Cal, do you just look dead red fastball here? I think you do. 2-1. Cal lines it into the gap. That ball's going to get down. Cal's looking at extra bases here as he will glide. He's a glider, man. He's gliding his way into second base. Nice piece of hitting there by Cal. Get into a hitter's count. Pitcher's got to give you a pitch to hit. Look for it in his zone. Cal's done that this whole series. Part of how he hit that home run yesterday. Did that here. Got a 96-mile-an-hour fastball left right over the middle of the plate. And quite frankly, Romano's lucky that Cal didn't jack this one out. He's put those kind of pitches in the seat before. But nonetheless, Cal puts a fantastic swing on that ball, sending it into the gap. Mariners are dancing here. Mitch Haniger up to the plate. Ball. Mitch, much like Cal Raleigh in his last at bat, did a good piece of hitting there. Back up the middle for the base hit. To get things rolling, he's 1 for 4 with a couple of strikeouts. Struggled a little bit here in the series. And he gets a ball that he could hit a little high maybe there. It was kind of hanging, but just a little bit high out of the zone, and he bangs it up into the air for an easy play out to center field. Cal got one kind of near the zone there, but just a little too high to be able to get the bat underneath it, to get the barrel of the bat on the ball. And he's shaking his head. He knows it. All right, so here comes Adam Frazier up to the plate. 2 for 4 here in this game, hitting .375 this series. Just a nice little base hit would potentially... That ball's hit down the line, and that's going to be trouble. That's going to get down into the gap, and this will score Cal Raleigh. He's coming around, and this will be a stand-up double for Frazier. Let's go! Come on! Let's go! Woo! Yeah, baby! Mariners take the lead 10-9. The fans in T-Mobile Park are on their feet, shoes on their head, rally caps twisted inside out. How about the little one, Adam Frazier? He's just a little guy, but powerful. Lace that ball down the line for a double. And the Mariners are up 10-9. Romano will take a step off the hill. The Blue Jays will make a pitching change to go back into the depths of their bullpen. Frazier celebrates with the squad over there. Oh my goodness. The magical Mariners are still alive. Let us go. And a little bit of a subtle part of this. A tiny bit of a subtle part of this is the getting into the Toronto bullpen yesterday as early as you did. Working that bullpen as much as you did yesterday. Then coming into this game and once again, reasonably speaking by the fifth inning, getting back into that Blue Jay bullpen. And then what you end up with is putting that manager in a little bit of a pickle where he lands in the eighth inning. He needs to call on a relief pitcher he trusts, but he only really has that trust at that point to bring in Romano because of how deep he's gone into his bullpen, and especially with the guys he used the prior night. And now you then got to ask Romano to close out 2 innings, which, as we know, when you ask a closer to do that, that's their success rate, as I understand it, goes completely in the wrong direction versus just asking him to just go through one single inning and just clear that inning out. Fantastic job by Frazier, though, who's had a great series. You maybe could make the argument here that Frazier has been your player of this series here, this short 3-game series, but nonetheless, fielded really well from the second base position, and he's hitting .444 right now in this series. What a piece of hitting there. Just great line drive stroke. Let's go. Woo! Yeah, it maybe wasn't Edgar 95 down the line, but it's down the right field line a little bit. Like about that is you wouldn't be sure with Cal with his speed if they do get a base hit, that's going to be enough to score him. So the double made it a no-brainer. We got All-Star Frazier this series? Yes, we did. Alrighty, so 10-9 Mariners. Adam Simber is going to come out on the mound for the Blue Jays here to be matched up against Dylan Moore. Let's get one more little base hit here just the reason, by the way, that Dylan Moore is going up to bat is because they did intentionally walk Carlos Santana. So runners on first and second for Dylan Moore here. They're going to pinch hit for Santana. Trammell will come out for run duties. Two outs, top of the ninth. Mariners up 10-9. Dylan Moore up at the plate. Wildly thrown outside there by Simber. He's also another one of these Blue Jay pitchers now going back-to-back nights. Does any of this factor in on these guys? Just from a kind of, that's usually relievers aren't used to doing this too often. Simber, of course, darn near a submariner here, so he does. It's almost one where I would almost maybe think about bringing Toro in here to counter the submariner from a services standpoint, because the Blue Jays don't have a counter in their pen that they could then go to for Toro as the lefty. Nonetheless, it's 2-0 here early on Dylan Moore in this at bat. .2-0 pitch. Outside, ball 3. Crawford due on deck. Boy, if you're Dylan Moore, you got to think long and hard about potentially trying to take 2 pitches here. Let him prove to me you can get to a 3-2 count. That ball is outside a little bit, but they call a strike. It's on the line, right on the line. Good pitch by Simber there. He didn't give in. 3-1. Not that you're going to give Dylan Moore the green light in that situation. 3-1 pitch. Hit foul. 3-2 on a fastball. So hard to pick up that ball coming out of Simber's hand with that submariner-like delivery that he's got. Outside, ball 4. Bases are again loaded for your Mariners. 2 men out. And the point of bringing Simber there is to get that righty-righty matchup. This is not what the Blue Jays manager wanted to see from that right-hander, is to walk that batter. I need you to get, this is the guy for you to get here with 2 outs. Now you get the lefty-righty matchup of Crawford, and not only is that beneficial to the left-handed hitter here, but then also that sidearm delivery is not as beneficial and less helpful when then you're facing a lefty, because the lefty then gets a chance to really get a long time to be able to see that pitch coming out of the hand of the right-hander, as it works the opposite for the right-handed batters, and they get less of that time to see the ball leave the hand. See if Crawford can take advantage. He, of course, came up with the biggest hit in this game that helped the Mariners tie the game, outside of Frazier, of course, and the umpire gives him a strike on the outside corner, which was 2 to 3 inches off the plate there, sort of bailed the righty out there on that one. 1-1. Definitely right now, Simber's having a little bit of a hard time finding his location, though. Crawford set, fouled back, 1-2. 86-mile-an-hour four-seam fastball. You're definitely not getting Simber up at the gun levels we've seen from some of the other pitchers in this series. Blue Jay fans rise to their seat. Well, some of them do. Some of them are tired, eh? It's been a long game, huh? It's been a tough one for me emotionally, eh? I'm going to just sit and watch. 10-9. Here we go. 1-2 pitch. Outside. Did he go? No, he did not. 2-2. Good job by Crawford to hold up. You have to understand why he was tempted to do it. The guy just about called the strike on the same pitch, even though it was outside not 2 or 3 pitches ago. So you got to think about it. You got to contemplate it. Did he go? Oh, looks like he pulled it back. It was a close one. 2-2. Bases loaded. Crawford hits it on the ground right at the second baseman. He will throw it over to first to Guerrero, and that will retire the side. But Adam Frazier dealing a mighty blow to this Toronto Blue Jays team, hitting in Cal Raleigh on the back of his double and putting this Mariner team in a position to close this series out, close this game out, move on to their nemesis if they can merely get through one final half inning of play. It's not going to be easy. It ain't going to be simple. And yes, you're not playing Guerrero, but you are still through the middle of this Toronto lineup. You're going to get Hernandez, who's 2 for 3. You're going to get Chapman, who's 1 for 3. And you're going to get Jansen with those stupid glasses, who's hit 3 for 4 in this game. So it is going to be no easy task to hold this one, keep the line held. It does sound like what the chat's telling me is Kirby's coming in, though I've heard that before. Voodoo Magic says, too bad Springer can't play tomorrow, but I guess neither will any Blue Jay. Oh! 3 more outs, Tony. 3 more outs. It all comes down to this. Who wants to wait a day? Who wants to go one more? No. We want the, let's get to him now. Let's close this now. Let's see what the young kid can do. A young George Kirby. The prodigy. A man who this year, I believe, at one point threw 26 straight strikeouts in a row to set a major league record. Does the young kid got it in his soul to come out and answer the bell? Sam the Great says, best playoff game I've seen. It's been a good one, man. It's been one hell of a game. 13 hits, 10 runs for the Mariners. 9 hits, 12 hits, 9 runs for the Blue Jays. We've seen a bit of everything in this game. A little bit of everything. The country says it can be tough as the top of the lineup, but it kind of is in this moment with what you're facing with these guys. It doesn't get any easier in this Blue Jay lineup. Props to the Mariners for hanging in this kind of game with this kind of 9 spot the Blue Jays have put up on you here. And George Kirby will step up on the hill here. A 3.39 ERA this season in 130 innings. 25% K rate, which is just 3% over the major league average. 4% walk rate, which is 4% below the major league average of 8%. So he's going to give you strikes. He's going to pump that zone. Kid's got plus stuff. Live arm. Come out there, take a deep breath, kid. Don't let the moment get you. Trust your stuff. Make him hit it. Let's see what you got. Hernandez steps up to the plate. Already, I believe, Hernandez already with 2 home runs in this game. You want to be careful here, and he starts him out with the balls on a slider just off the plate there. It's all right, George here. Just lock on in, buddy. Strike. 96 miles an hour right down the middle there. 1-1. It's delicate balance here of being careful, but then also wanting to be careful of not putting the opening runner on base by being too careful. Fine line to walk as a pitcher. Gets him to swing there on a slider. Knocks it foul. 1-2. That's where you hope with a guy like Kirby, maybe too, he's got a little extra RPMs he can dial up here. Coming out the pen, knowing he's not going to be starting a full game here. Just unload it all in this inning, so to speak. And he does get up to 98 on that one. Foul back. 1-2 still. Here's the windup, the delivery. Off his hands again, 98 miles an hour. Fouled back once more. Good job by Hernandez to stay alive there. Both teams up on their feet. Nervously. Chewing their gum. Back and forth. Oh, great pitch by Kirby just off the plate on the slider. Was indeed a ball, but very, very close. 2-2. Hernandez having a hell of a bat here after he has had a hell of a day. 2-2 pitch. Cal Raleigh sets up inside. Gets him to swing up, batted up in the air. This will probably, yes, going to get back into the fans. Hernandez stays alive. Jacob says, I've been dreaming about this moment ever since we clinched the playoff wild card spot. Damn it, this is it. To win a playoff series in itself is a massive for this franchise, only the 4th time in history. Well said, man. Well said. Well, we will see here. All right. Hernandez is hanging tough. Bottom of the 9th, nobody out. 2-2. Mariners up 10-9. Hernandez just fighting off pitch after pitch. That must be his 4th foul in this at-bat alone. Struggling to get just in front of that here. Hang in there, George. 2-2 here. The wind, the delivery, hit on the ground. Crawford's got it from the shortstop, ranges over, picks it, and's got it. It's one of the parts about the Crawford contract. You might feel a little bit wondering about whether or not he brings enough for the stick for what you paid for him, but you don't have to wonder if he brings enough with the glove because he is going to be sure-handed over there. He's going to make certain plays that look harder for other players, make it a little bit easier with his ability over there, and that was that type of play there. Gathered that one right up. 1 man down. Seattle Mariners are 2 outs away. Chapman steps up to the plate for the Toronto Blue Jays. George with the wind, the delivery, hit foul back. 0-1. (10-9) Seattle. Kirby got the sign in his stretch. Strike. 98 on the outside. Chapman probably looking slider there. We just was not expecting that. Now you can come back with a slider if you're Curbs. Oh, he goes fastball with them and just misses off the plate on the 0-1 pitch. Coming back to shock him again with that one a little bit. 1-2. Chapman dug in. Into the wind and the delivery. Outside, ball 2. Two and two. Kirby with the wind and delivery. Oh, he's right on the corner, just off of it. 3-2. Great eye by Chapman. They're good calls by the umpire. It's very close, but nonetheless, it is indeed just off the plate by a couple of inches. Chapman dug in. 3-2 payoff pitch. Low and away, ball 4. Kirby just got a little bit too nibbly there. He got him 0-2, and then he started to try to get into a bury situation. I'm going to bury him, get a strikeout. Just stay in the zone, kid, like I said, to start this inning out. Don't give it to him. Make him swing the bat to get this done. Up to the plate now steps Jansen. 3 for 4 in this game. Hitting .429 in this series. Kirby comes set. Runner on first. 1 man down. Bottom of the 9th. High. Kirby's really a little bit of nerves here. The moment gets you, just don't. We saw it earlier. Just don't overthrow the ball. Just trust your stuff here, man. Trust your stuff. I know you're worried on this lineup, but you're gonna have to throw him a strike. Like, you gotta just trust the stuff. Don't overthrow it. 1-0 pitch. Did he go? And he did. Got him to swing at a slider out of the zone. And if I'm Jensen there, I don't know how you're swinging there. Like, how are you not making this young kid not throw a strike to you there? 1-1. Kirby winds, delivers outside. I think he's thrown basically like 7 straight balls here. Step off the mound, kid. Go get your breath. Stretch out or something. Change your rhythm up here. He's really struggling right now to find his location. Two-one pitch. Strike. Two-seam fastball. Just kept it. He cupped it over there on the edge of that. Just right on the edge of the plate there. It looked like it was going to keep drifting out, but just able to hold it. 2-2. Swing and foul back. Looks like Raleigh was gesturing to him to keep that pitch low, and he got it up a little bit high. Jensen might have had one he could have worked with right there. And I'm not on the chat right now. I'm locked in this game, so if I don't respond to you guys in the chat, we're game time here. 2-2. Kirby set. Foul back, slider. Remains 2-2. Jansen, like Hernandez earlier in this inning, doing a good job with 2 strikes to stay alive there. Kirby comes set. They're looking inside on him here. And again, ends up a little bit high in the zone and not inside. Jansen's just not able to do anything with the pitch. It's tough when it's 98 miles an hour. It's different when you got a pitcher like Robbie Ray misses at 94. They miss a little bit at 98. It's harder to get to. But again, good job by Jensen, just staying alive from their standpoint. See if the Mariners go back with that fastball or come back slider here and risk going 3-2. Kirby will step off the mound here. Get comfortable. Good job, kid. Get your breath. We're in no hurry at this point. 2-2 pitch. Swing, strike 3. Got him on a slider again. Got him to bite earlier on in that bat and gets him to bite once again. So here we go, folks. Here we go. 2 men out. Pitch was well off the plate, but he had fooled him earlier in the bat on that same pitch. I'm sure the coaching staff and Raleigh went back to that pitch, thinking they could maybe get him to swing at it again there. Two men out. Runner on first. Ramil Tapia up at the plate. Can Kirby close this down and seal this series for your Seattle Mariners? Swing and a miss at a 97-mile-an-hour fastball at the top of the zone. 0-1. Only done 2 other times in Major League history has a team come down from 7 runs down in the postseason. Mariners looking to be one of those teams. Runner on first, 2 men down, bottom of the 9th. Mariners up 10-9. Kirby with a pitch and a swing. Strike 2. 0-2 here. Can he close him down? Can he ignite the city of Seattle tonight in revelry and exuberance and celebration? The Toronto fans are clutching at their hands. Tapia looks back at Kirby. He's got the sign. Kirby with the delivery 0-2. Hit up into the air to Julio Rodriguez. The Mariners have got it. They've sealed the series and they're moving on, folks. The dream still remains alive. This ain't about the future. This is about today. And right now, today, this Mariner team is on track to get themselves up into maybe a World Series run. Yes, there's more work to be done. But you have now laid the bricks right now for this postseason play. What about this Mariner team? You can't tell me this isn't one of the most funnest Mariner teams you've ever watched in your life. Not merely because they've gotten on to the next round, not merely because they've won as many games as they've won, but because they do not quit. They do not give up. They do not go quietly into that great night. No, they say, we will come back at you today. Are there innings left? Are there at-bats left? Do I have strikes left? Well, then I'm still fighting. And not in spirit, not in theory, not by what I say, by what I show you. And this team has showed you every single time and again, that they are willing to show that resiliency, that they will not give up. Doesn't matter regular season or now indeed in the postseason. How many teams out there, don't matter how good you are, get down by 7 runs, with the day left, by the way, with the day to look into tomorrow and say, we got some breathing room. We got some room for air. I'll tell you, those teams would lay over and show you their belly. But not this Mariner team. Not this Mariner team, and not today. What a magnificent victory by your Seattle Mariners. You have a great swing in this game where you start out and Robbie Ray just cannot find his control, cannot find the zone, struggling to get his ball placement any which way but loose as far as sliders or fastballs go. So you're going to have to gut this game out, and you get down by some runs, and Service is perhaps a little bit late in pulling out not only Robbie Ray but a couple of other relievers in moments in this game. Yet the offense doesn't give up. The offense doesn't give up. And then frankly, they do a lot of things that they've not necessarily done this year to get that offense going. Those final 4 runs that you got to get the game back to tied were on the back of your hitters putting good level swings on balls, just getting them into play, and let's see if some good things can happen. Literally the biggest swing of the game. J.B. Crawford out there. And he hits a little ball up in the air. Just put it in play, get the bat on the ball, get it into play. Good things will happen. The ball settles down. You get a couple of those runs in. You're able to then tie the game. The relief pitchers do well enough. You got to give our Mariner pitchers props in this game for relatively holding it down as well as they could against a very tough lineup. That was a Blue Jay team fighting for their life in this game. And if you look past Ray and Sewall, Brash, Castillo, Festa, Murphy, Munoz, and Kirby, 1 run between the lot of the rest of them given up. And Munoz, fantastic job coming in the 8th. That was your save spot, and has to face the top of the lineup at that point. Has to face Guerrero 1-on-1 at that point. Takes care of business, gets out of that inning. And then how about the kid George Kirby? Ice water flowing through his veins. Comes into the 9th. Still not in any safe territory in this Ranger lineup by any measure at all, right? Not at all is he in any sort of safe measure. Comes in there against some real tough hitters, including one guy who hit 2 home runs on you in the game. One guy that's had 3 base hits out of 4 at-bats coming into the game in that moment. And he just comes in, and even as you can tell, as he's in the moment there, he's got the little lump up in his throat, right? You see him trying to swallow and adjust in the cap. Young kid's going, man, this is a big moment here. But he steps up to that moment. And even as that control's kind of wavering there in that moment, he finds it. He finds it and regains it back. Again, resiliency, an ability to come from behind, an ability to say, okay, yeah, things started out a little bit rough for me, but it's going to be about how I finish. We've got a football team that's told you for years, it ain't about how you start the game, but it's about how you finish the game. And you don't win the game in the first quarter, you win it in the fourth quarter. Well, you don't win the game in the first, second, third inning. But you can go win it in the 8th and the 9th. That's what this Mariner team showed you. We're about to go play the Astros. We're about to go head on and go play Houston, folks. Get yourself excited. And I said before, and I'll say it once again here now, do not dream low. Do not dream small. Do not think, oh, well, it's just good enough we got a series here. No, that's not good enough. This team can play with any team in baseball on any given night. We got as good a chance as anybody out there. So don't dream low, you dream high. You dream this year, right now. Let's start a dynasty run this year. How does that sound to you guys? Sounds fine by me. Let's see what you guys think here in the chat. I hope you guys are reveling. Our Seattle Mariners did it. They did it. Mark Habercorn, you called it. My God, did you call it, man? Let's go. That's right, Screaming Palm. We're coming for Houston. You better get out your trash cans. You better get out all your little microphones and your beepers and your buzzers. Better get those crotch buzzers out. Well, the ump won't check the crotch for a buzzer, right? Yeah, you go get your buzzers. You go get your buzzers because a storm's coming. A storm's coming, Houston. You're gonna get some monsoon this year, but it ain't gonna be in August. You're gonna get some heavy rains this year, but it ain't gonna be in September. No, your rainy year is coming here now in October. We got a bone to pick with you, Houston. We got a little bone to pick with you. So you sleep well tonight. You sleep well tonight, but you know what you're in for. You know the team you're going to have to deal with over there. You know this ain't no easy out. You know before this game started, come on, Blue Jays. You were begging for them Blue Jays to get back into this one. But that ain't happening. We're coming for you. We're coming for you in your trash cans and your buzzers and whatever technological gadgets you try to use. It won't be enough. Let's go. Osama bin Diesel said the Blue Jays had a 99.4 chance to win this game. And that sucker went down to 0 real quick, didn't it? Didn't it? Ethan Techworld, unbelievable. Let's go. This team is magic. This team might as well have unicorn horns coming out the front of their skulls, the lot of them, right through their hats. Flavor on deck, we are the ultimate underdogs. We are the Cinderella. While at the same time being everybody's kind of, even those fans that have teams in the show going right now in the playoffs, still kind of we're America's favorite team. I'm going to say it. We're America's favorite team right now. America is rooting for us. The Mariners are draped in an American flag today. I'm telling you that. Nitro, best playoff game I've ever watched, and I've only watched 2. Same. Not the best. This was a great playoff game. I don't know if it's going to beat the 95 series there with the Yanks in that one, because that game was for everything. That was win or go home. This is when you had a little room for error, but hey, like I said, 3 teams in Major League history have come back from 7 runs back, and that's in Major League's been around for over 130 years. That was awesome. Grimlocks Prime says Blue Jays are a joke, such an overrated team. I mean, they played this series fairly tough against us. We got into their bullpen, I guess, a little bit, you could say. That's for sure. So you were able to get them there with that. I mean, their hitters hit fairly well in this game. They faced Castillo yesterday, and as baseball was acknowledging everywhere yesterday, Castillo might have pitched one of the games of the year in baseball as far as how hard he was to deal with. So they deserve to be here. You play 162 games. You get to the playoffs like they did as the number 1 seed. You deserve to be there. Flavor on deck. I live in Florida. I wish I could be in Seattle to see a home game. Me too. And how nice is it we're going to get a playoff game in Seattle? Playoff games in Seattle. That crowd better be lit. They better be lit. Remember the time. This is Mariners theme songs. Hammer is just too legit. Too legit to quit. Too legit. Too legit. Too legit to quit. That's an old one for you young kids. You don't know about that. You don't know about too legit to quit. You don't know about hammer time. Hammer time. Hammer time. Dynasty time's right, Jacob. Let's get that dynasty. Let's go. Let's go. Jacob says payback for breaking our 14-game winning streak on the All-Star fireworks night. There you go, Jacob. That's right. Don't you cross us, Mariners. We will remember. We have long memories, and revenge is best served on a dish cold. Megan says, I have a new t-shirt that says 2022, my first playoffs. We'll be wearing it with pride next week. Hell yeah. Alexander Wheeler, how many games for the ALDS? I believe it's 5 games on the ALDS. Lucky Charm says that was insane. That was insane. And I hope nobody turned this game off that was a Mariner fan. They taught you this year, this type of game, you can't turn it off. You got to hang in there. Tony says, talk your S, Brandon. I'm going to talk my S. You know I will. You know I'm going to feel myself after this one. What my team just did? Yeah, I'm gonna feel pretty good about myself after that one. And I didn't do nothing, but my team, they made me proud today. This team's made me proud all year. It's one thing to just be naturally more talented than everybody else and you blow them off the field. It's another thing to be a team that has that fight in spirit within you that exists not just in a player or two, but throughout your whole team. It's part of what makes the chemistry this year so special. Megan says, what a time to be this stunning city as an Aussiem's fan. Megan, you're going to hear them tonight, and they're going to be live. It's a Saturday night. You're going to hear it outside your windows. You're going to hear people howling at the moon. And it's such a beautiful thing. It's what I love about sports is nothing will bring a city or a community or everyone as close together, as tied together suddenly like that as something like this. And nothing else in life captures it in the way that you get captured in these rare moments that you get to experience this as a sports fan, where you feel a whole city where you feel a whole city captivated and exhilarated by what they're seeing and they're experiencing and supporting what they're seeing and experiencing. It is amazing. Top G Sports says, smoking that Blue Jays pack. Oh, Flavor on deck. They said the winning percentage was 99.3, I think, is what somebody else said above. Yeah, I still got to go big country. That was the second best playoff game in Mariner history. I know there's a bit of a pull to make it the number 1. I think that 95 game at the Yankees is just a little bit better because of the swings of that game emotionally. But this one is right there with it in just the amazing to come back from this amount of runs. I mean, you don't do this in the regular season, much less do this in the postseason, much less do this in the postseason against a team like Toronto that's very good and very capable of going out and then getting that win. But fantastic job. What a job. The Pitt, Verlander, Gilbert, game 1. I think that's going to be the matchup. Yep, Sam. I'd say so. Alexander, why do we get a home game over the Astros? Thought they were the higher seed. They would have more home games than this, Alexander, so they will get one more game than us. They are the higher seed. Jacob, I have been to 51 Mariner games this year. No, that is not a typo. Hell yeah. I don't know if I will be able to go to any of the divisional round games. If they're too expensive, the Kraken home opener exists. Well, there you go, Jacob, and way to support the team this year in a year that wasn't guaranteed that they were good. You went in and watched 51 games there on a team that was growing, and that's true support from a true fan. And Jacob, that warms my heart. Tuck, I'm happy too, man. True Texan. Next up, you come see us. It's on, True Texan. You knew sooner or later it was going to be this one way, right? It's like the two people that must battle. We always knew it was going to come down to this. We always knew it was going to be like this, didn't we? Bring it on. Aaron Balaki says, I turned the game off. Don't matter if you turn it off. It matters that you turned it back on. Top Cheese Sports Mariners are number 1 in the world. You better believe they are. Trending number 1 on Twitter for sure. Nitro said it meant number 1 Mariners playoff game since I wasn't born yet. There you go, man. Olaf the Mighty, 99.4%. Where did you pull that number from? Somebody posted it in the chat above, Olaf. I don't know if it's accurate or not, but somebody was saying that at one point the Toronto, because you know what they could, Olaf, when you're watching the game, if you watch like ESPN, they show you what the winning chances are for the team, and it'll go up and down based on what's happening in the game. So at one point they had a 99% chance. I'm sure they did. Had a 99% chance to. Now, how are they coming up with that number? I don't know. I'm not a mathematician. I don't know math too well. I'm more of a wordsman. Jacob says, I could either spend $160 to see the Kraken next Saturday, or I could spend about $240 for the day of the Mariners game. If Major League is smart, they won't schedule the Sunday game time as the Seahawks game. You would be right on that, Jacob. If they were smart, they might try to maybe, I don't know, avoid that. I go $240 on that, Jacob, for $80 more, because it's being in that stadium in the regular season is not going to have anything close to what it's going to be like energy-wise in that stadium for a playoff game. The feeling, the tension, the excitement, everybody on pins and needles, you'll want to be in that stadium to experience that, because, again, that's not something you're going to get in a Kraken game, even at the height of a regular season Kraken game. If the Kraken game was like maybe $50, $60, I'd be like, yeah, go that one, but no, you got to do the $240 at that point. Drew Texan, you ready? You better be ready. You looked out there today, Drew Texan. You saw that spirit that this ball club is playing with right now. You saw that energy and fire that's out there. I'm not saying you guys don't have the guns to get it done, but there's a lot of bulletproof clothing that's going to be worn by our Mariners here. We're going to have that John Wick bulletproof suits we're bringing to the play here. So you better be ready to match that energy. I hope you guys haven't had too much time off. Hope there hasn't been too much queso eaten and margaritas, and we'll get them in the next round. We got a couple days yet. I hope they're ready. Top Cheese, I was at my friend's house and the Blue Jays were up 8-1. Hopefully you hung in there. Jacob says, I already have my ticket for the Seahawks Cardinals. Me too, Jacob. Well, I mean, Megan's got my ticket. Yuquan Huang says, go Mariners. Cal Raleigh is the best catcher in the league. I'll go with that, Yuquan. I'm with that. I haven't seen a better one. I have not seen a better one. Yuquan also says, I was so frustrated the broadcasters were cheering on the Blue Jays for the whole game. Well, that's disappointing to hear, Yuquan. Well, if you're listening to me on this one, I was streaming the whole game. I wasn't cheering them on, that's for sure. But that's why I also say, Yuquan, we're the underdog a little bit, and that role suits us well in Seattle. Doesn't matter the sport, suits us well all the way around. Let us be the underdog. Let us surprise people, like our Seahawks are surprising people. Let's sneak up on them a little bit. We might just go steal ourselves a World Series. Wu-Tang Financial says, I'm going to crack the 19-year-old Oddbeg and have a wee drum. Cheers, Seattle. Cheers, M's fans everywhere. Cheers, Wu-Tang. Cheers indeed. I salute you, sir. True Texan says, go Astros. See you here right soon. We will see you very soon. It's going to be a heated series, too. You know that. You know that. There's going to be some emotions. Okay? I'm not saying there's going to get to plunking or there's going to be some fists, but it's going to get real. Seth Worthen, I lost 10 years of my life watching this game. Real talk, Seth. That's real. Osama Bin Diesel says, sorry, Brandon, the Saints aren't winning tomorrow. Seahawks are going to just build right off this Mariner energy. They can't help it. It just starts to, it infects everything in a beautiful way. Just gonna go through all the Seahawks players' blood, bones, everything. They're just gonna, what's happening to me? Paul Susia, what? 2 in a row? It's over? Just got on the web? What? That's right. Drew Jackson says our starters are the best in baseball. It's going to be hard. I ain't saying it's going to be easy, Drew Jackson. I'm going to say this. You would have had an easier chance if it was the Blue Jays. Gets a little harder with us. Just a little bit harder with us. Yuquan, I'm so happy that you are also a lifelong Seattle fan. You know it, Yuquan. I've been here original OG in that respect. I go back to the 80s. My original guy was Jim Presley back in the day. I go that far. Mark Langston, Mark Bradley, Alvin Davis. I go back. Sam the Great, because ESPN loves the East Coast. They do love the East Coast. Big Country says, I like the broadcasters, but yeah, I can't stand the East Coast bias. Well, they're going to have to start getting some bias to us here pretty soon. Yuquan says, now we need to beat the Astros. We do, Yuquan. Now comes the even harder part. You took care of the first opening business. But that was just a mere entree. That was just a mere warm-up. It's not the main course. Flavor on deck. Remember, the Major League is biased against us. We haven't been to the playoffs since 2001. Yeah, no one's expecting us to do it. Mark Harborcorn says, gray hairs now. Well, I'm sure you can see me. I got a nice little streak of white now going down the side after this one. Nice little streak of white coming on down this one here. Luis Las Gascos says, Toronto, we will be back next year. Best of luck to you guys. And, hey, good. You're a good team. You guys deserve to be there. You just caught us in this year at the right time with the right chemistry, with the right players. And it's only going to continue in the future. FishQuest, well, I'm off to destroy my body in celebration. Happy birthday, Brandon. You guys get it. Thank you for the birthday. I get the best birthday gift I could ever got with that game right there, man. Glad the M's got the ultimate present. Boy, they did, and they gave it to me today. So it was awesome to see. True Texan, I'm a true Astros fan. Been following them since 1965. My goodness, True Texan, that does go back, my man. That goes way back. And there's a lot of suffering in there, True Texan. A lot of suffering in that time. It's not been an easy run for you. I can feel you on that. Megan says, I'm off to the USC game. Talk to you tomorrow on the Stream B. Sounds good. Wu-Tang says, we want that vengeance. No trash cans this time. No trash cans, no buzzers, no technological stuff. I don't want to see Q from Bond in the Astro locker room before the game. We're going to run this clean. Let the best team win. Leonard says, what you going to do, Astros? What you going to do when the Mariners run wild on you? So Voodoo Magic says, does Gilbert or Castillo go game one? It's going to be Gilbert, game one, Voodoo. Too much of a quick turnaround time for Castillo. Want to give him a little bit of a resty bit. Louis says, Ray was my favorite. He's a good player. He's a fun guy too, Louis. Would have been nice to see him go a little bit better today, but I think that's Louis also part of why I give your Blue Jay team props in this game. Yeah, you won 2 games in a row in a 3-game series, but it's not like you came out today as a team and you didn't have guys laying out for balls, banging into walls, trying to make catches, running into each other on other balls, just doing everything they could from an at-bat standpoint. They were taking pitches. They were working counts. If I'm a Blue Jay fan, I don't hang my head after this game. We gave them a good fight. Just Mariners have a little bit more of that pixie dust on them this particular year. Yuquan says, were you expecting us to have such a big comeback today? I wasn't, Yuquan. There's a part of me that thought Service and his managing style of this game was going to be a little bit more angled towards, let's just make sure we got as many hands on deck as we can for tomorrow. And I think that's why he left at times Ray in there a little bit longer than we would have expected, or he left Paul Sewald in there a little bit longer than we would have expected. I think he was doing that specifically just because he's like, okay, I need my guys for tomorrow's set. Nitro Hawk, got to go. Happy birthday, Brandon. Thank you. I appreciate it. Larry the Cable says, Larry the Cable Man says, my heart hasn't beat this fast since the Seahawks Super Bowl. It got intense, didn't it, Larry? You start to see him get back. Whoa, we're getting back into this. Okay, we're within earshot here. All right, we're within eyesight now. Okay, I'm within arm's length. And that weird play where Crawford hits the ball up in the air and it just happens to just fall at the right spot, right place, right time. Awesome to see. Top Cheese Sports says, happy birthday. Thank you, Top Cheese Sports. I appreciate it. It's been a wonderful, wonderful birthday at that. I'll tell you that. I'm a very happy man. Osama bin Diesel, Mariners have won the 1977 expansion series. Well, we kind of have, Osama. They do have us a little bit on the World Series department. I think the Blue Jays have 1 or 2 to their they got a couple pelts on the wall versus us in that respect. But for today, we get to be the Kings at least for today in this season. Yuquan, we really need to get Teoscar Hernandez. He's very, very impressive, Yuquan. He had a great game today, and he's fast. He would fit to what we want out there in the outfield. He's got some power as well that he brings. Certainly a guy that I wouldn't mind looking at targeting if they can get their hands on him. Louis says, Ray will kill it next game. I wish Toronto gave him the money. Oh, that's good to hear, Louis. It always makes us feel a little bit better about a player that we pulled from another franchise when that franchise got fans saying, well, we wish was kind of here. He's been good for us this year. He's been, I think, exactly what we thought we were going to get. He won the Cy Young last year. I don't think he was expecting another Cy Young type season, but he's been very solid. He's given us what we needed. He steadied out that rotation, or helped to steady it out as those young guys could come along, and it's been very, very impressive. Sam the Great says, so this was what a postseason baseball feels like. So pumped right now. You're getting the taste of it, man. You're getting the taste, Sam. Wait till you see that stadium, and you'll get through, even if you're not in the stadium watching it, the feeling in T-Mobile in a playoff venue. I remember back in the early 2000s and 90. I remember it's going to be hyped in that place. Devin says, happy birthday, Brandon. Slow down or you'll catch up to me. Oh, I'm picking up speed, man. I swear to God. I keep trying to pull the e-brake, but it's not slowing it down. I think the globe's going faster, or I'm losing days. One of the two. Jacob says, I own a Julio jersey, but Cal has low-key been my actual favorite player this year. Mr. Home Run Guy. Boy, has he ever. Cal with as many clutch hits there this year, and clutch hits at clutch times as anybody else. Julio's still amazing defensively and offensively, though. He is. But you can't put Cal in the back seat here, in the respective part of the future, and the brightness of the Mariner future comes not only from the pitching, not only especially from Julio Rodriguez and his superstar potential, but also from Cal in what could be, what if we could call near superstar potential, coming from the catcher position as well. And he is showing you the signs of that this year. I know the average is a little lower. Some of that was how he was starting out and how slow he started. But Cal is a guy that has really got a bright future with this Mariner team. Yuquan, it's really funny that the Seattle teams always make the game so close in terms of scores. They do. They're not a big, we're going to blow you out or get blown out. Yuquan, they just want to put us through some heart attack situations, you know. They're just testing the heart. It's a stress test on the heart, really. Top Cheese says, I'm watching the Mets and Padres. Mets fans are feeling a little rough here coming in that game. Boy, they were down watching some of the stories and stuff coming into this game. Jacob Davis says, happy birthday. Thank you, Jacob. I really do appreciate it. He says, I love your Seattle sports streams. Well, thanks, man. I love doing this and talking with you guys, and being able to experience this together is fantastic. It makes the fun experience funner for me. It does. It's even better. Yuquan says, I think Cal Raleigh has been super underrated. Me too, Yuquan. Because it's not only is he giving you the most power from the catcher position you're going to get in the whole sport, he's giving you some of the best defense you're going to get from the whole sport as well. And just the exact kind of calming influence that you want over a pitching staff. In control, understands how to call a good game. I love what I see from Cal. Jacob Davis says, Scott Service, Manager of the Year. I think Scott's got a legit chance to be a Manager of the Year. And he should be given a lot of consideration for that, considering no manager got by with more with less. Not that we had not a lot, but the teams that are winning a lot of games that you have in this league, like Yankees or the Astros or the Dodgers or the Braves, they're stacked to the nines. But Scott this year, and especially Jacob, you got to give Scott credit for their embracing of the shift as they did. They ran the shift more than any other team in baseball. They trusted the analytics of that. That is a coach's call. And he's smarter for doing so on that. It's got to be given his credit. Louis says, I wish Judge came to Toronto. We would win the division. Ooh, you guys would be super dangerous with Judge out there. Yeah, I think Louis, too. The other thing with Judge is I think he's going to want to go to a big market franchise. I don't think my Seahawks. I don't think my Mariners are in contention for him either, even though we could use his position and we probably would have the money to give him. I think he's going to end up New York or L.A. here is probably where he settles in at. Yuquan says, exactly. I was stressing out every second whenever the Seattle team plays. They do, man. I've been calling my Seahawks, Yuquan, the heart attack Hawks for years. And now the Mariners a couple of years are getting into the act of it. Top Cheese Sports, we're the Blue Jays dad. We're daddy for this season and this offseason. Maybe just a few less Blue Jay fans in that stadium moving into the future. Mark says the Mariners have to replace the Hawks as the cardiac unit. I guess they're going to have to here, Mark. I guess it's going to have to be so. What a game. What a game. Jacob says, I own a Julio jersey. Oh, sorry. I read that on that. Thank you for streaming every day, Yuquan. My pleasure, Yuquan. And I'll definitely be, as we can fit it in on these Mariner series, I'll definitely be fitting in the streams with that as well. So we'll probably have to work around a couple of my Brendan shows with B&B to kind of make it work. But we will definitely be doing these Mariner games, these playoff games, no doubt about it. Louis says Mets on paper are better than us on paper, but they look really bad. Some of it, Louis, is a little bit of beyond just talent at that point, it's about, playing your best baseball at the right time of year. We saw with the Yankee team this year, who started out so very hot, and then you guys started to make a lot of room and headway on them as the year went along, because they started to fall back to earth. And they weren't at their full strength. They weren't playing their best baseball. And the baseball is so long, with 162 games, and it's such a marathon, that it really is about sustaining yourself and putting yourself in that position to play your best baseball come the end of the year. Easier said than done, but that is absolutely the goal of what you're trying to accomplish there. Wish you can keep streaming. I'll go for a little while longer here, Yuquan. We're definitely almost 5 hours in, and I got to do about 7 or 8 hours tomorrow, because I got to do my Seahawks game, because I've got my Seahawks channel, Yuquan, my Hawks Nest channel, which is my main channel. So I'm going to definitely be winding down here as we get through a little bit, because I got to save the voice to a degree. Yuquan says it's crazy how crazy was the Cleveland Rays game. Pretty insane. Them coming back down from it on that. Cleveland's a good ball club, though. They've got the kind of ball club that plays good playoff baseball with how they win ball games. Shar0412 says, just came in to congratulate the Mariners. Happy for the team and the city. Well, thank you, Shar. Really do appreciate it. We feel really good about this game, and we're loving this team right now. Loving the future, loving the right now, loving even the potential that comes forward this year. SMK says a disgrace, Blue Jays. Disgrace? I mean, it was a tough loss. Definitely coming back from that many runs. You start to feel a little worse about your team, because you go, wait, is that a management issue? Is that the manager messing up the bullpen? Is he calling on the wrong arms at the wrong time? And I guess there's a little bit of that you could maybe point back to with it. The choice to put Romano in for 2 innings and asking him to carry it out for 2 innings to close that game out was sort of a tall task. But some of that was forced. That hand was forced by the fact that the Blue Jays, you had to go into that bullpen a little earlier yesterday, and you had to go into the bullpen here in this game 5 innings in. That's kind of some of the fallout that you end up having to deal with on the other side of it when you do dip in the bullpen that early. Louis says that was one of the best games I've seen. 15 innings, 1-0. Yeah, that's an amazing game. We were wondering if that Louis was going to go on for all night on that one. Because I think, if I'm not wrong, in the playoffs, they don't get the runner on second anymore, right, Louis? Not like you had in the regular season. We're so in often in the playoffs, I don't even know the new rules. Ligma, nice username, Ligma. The team kind of balled, Scott. Didn't like bringing in Seawald down in the 5th. Scott? Where's Scott? Yeah, I didn't like bringing Seawald in the 5th either. I certainly didn't like staying with Seawald when you saw he just didn't have his stuff either in that game. Yuquan says, thank you for your commitment on your channel. Your efforts always felt and appreciated. I'm happy to be your subscriber for all your channels. Well, thank you for subscribing to all my channels, Yuquan. You're awesome for doing that, man. So I really do appreciate it. And if you guys are liking what you're listening to here on this stream, do me a favor as well and slam on that like button if you could for me. I would really appreciate it. Daniel W. says, not only that was such an amazing confidence booster to our rookie, George Kirby, for the next 5-game series when he starts. You better believe it, Daniel. You better believe it. He's coming in with the series on the line a little bit. And 9th inning, this is not a situation he's been in often this year. He's got to be tight. You could feel it with how he's struggling to find his control a little bit. But he did settle down. He relaxed, got locked in and loaded, found his kind of comfort state, and was able to just work it through nice and smoothly. Very good on his part. Ligma says, Scott Service, I don't like putting players in positions they aren't used to. I don't either. I think some of it was drawn that they felt like they had to a little bit. You were getting deep into your bullpen because Robbie Ray had gone out so early. And you did have the Kirby arm to call upon at one point or another here. You could have gone Swanson there as well, I guess. You hadn't used him yet. But I didn't mind going Kirby there. Louis says, not a disgrace. We have a good core team. I think we'll be back next year. Vlad, Springer, Bo Kirk, Ryu, Alex Gossman, Jose. Got to look at a positor. Louis, I think your team's good. I think it's tough when you first lose a series like this, and after a long year, and if you got high hopes as a Blue Jay fan, as I know some of the fans I'm sure that are coming in here feel that you're going to be down on them a little bit, but you've got a great core. And the Yankees, they lose Judge. that team changes a lot. And they've got some contracts with guys like, Garrett there. That is he going to be able to continue to stay in the mode that he's been in? I don't know. In many respects, you could look at that Blue Jay team going into next year and saying that they should be the team that you think wins that division. So yeah, I don't think there's any disgrace there at all. It's a 3-game series. 3-game series can go any way. That's why they end up having 7-game series as we get to later on in the playoffs, is because baseball wants to make sure that it's decided at that point by the team that was truly the best team. Wu-Tang says, I didn't like anything about that 5th inning. It's all good now. Exactly. Scott's forgiven. Voodoo Magic, M's one for you, Brando. So you won't have to struggle with both games tomorrow. I was legit getting stressed about that thought, Voodoo. It's like, how am I going to pull this off? Am I going to try to stream twice at both times on 2 different channels? Watching both games? That's going to be tough. Hold on, Hawk fans. Mariner fans, that was a great pitch. Hold on, Mariner fans. Hawk fans, that was an awesome play. Did you cue that hit he just made? I don't think I pulled that one off. David Phelps says, let's go. Thanks, Brandon. Let's go, David. Let's go. Ligma says Kirby had to have gained confidence today. He did. And not only for this next playoff series, but also into the future. Young kid's getting more than his beak wet this year. 130 innings under his belt. Now some playoff pitching as well. Learning what it takes. Learning what he needs to bring to the forte when he comes into these kind of games. Love that kid's future. Potentially one of the top end guys on this rotation going into the future. And he came in and answered that bell today in a big time way. Tuck, fun fact. On Twitch, if you average 50 plus viewers a stream, you're in the top 1% of streamers. I believe it, man. I believe it. It's hard to get that amount on Twitch. Twitch is even tougher at times than YouTube in that respect. Those kids are really picky about where they're going to go watch. Ligma says, I didn't mean Kirby, I meant Seawald in the 5th inning. Oh, okay, Ligma. I'm with you on that. The Seawald thing was an odd timing situation. That whole thing was weird. And I'm not sure why he went that route with it, did Scott. I understand you don't want to put Seawald always in the position of just being a closer. Sometimes it's about getting the hold, but that was a situation I'm going to somewhere else in the bullpen for. Yu Kwan says, should we re-sign Mitch Haniger? I mean, Yu Kwan, for me, it's a little bit of the cost question on this one. Guy hit 230 for you with 10 home runs. He's had multiple injury situations go on with him, so that's a little bit of a concern moving forward. Quite frankly, I'd like to look for maybe more of an upgrade bat over there in right field. That's a position that you more naturally, Yu Kwan, can tend to get a little bit more of a power hitter with even maybe a little bit of batting average, and maybe you give up a little bit of speed. I always think of a little bit of the archetype of a Jay Buhner type over there. But Mitch to me just doesn't quite bring enough with his bat for me to sign him, because I think he's going to command a little bit of money too. I don't think he's going to necessarily come cheap. And so I would be probably against it myself at this point. Wu-Tang says the Jays are a really good team. They just caught a maestro performance from Castillo and were the victims of Chaos Ball. Chaos Ball gets everyone, Wu-Tang. There's a lot of damage everywhere in that one, including the what do they call it when civilians get collateral damage? A lot of collateral damage with the Chaos Ball. But Castillo pitched a hell of a game. That Blow Jay lineup, it doesn't matter what lineup was out there in baseball yesterday. You can put the Braves out there, you put the Dodgers out there. Nobody was hitting Castillo yesterday. Nobody in the league was. No, wouldn't happen. So that's that first game. If you want to be mad as a Blue Jay fan, like, what are you going to say? That's Castillo just being awesome. Jacob says, done. Just got my ticket for the Saturday game confirmed. I will be in section 334, row 11, 352. Ooh, 3. You said 240, Jacob. You said 240. 350. I signed off on 240, my man. I didn't say 350. You went $100 over the top. Hey, though, you're going to have a great experience. Get there early. Breathe it in. We waited 20 years to get to this spot. 20 years to get to this spot. Definitely enjoy it. Big Country says, for cheap, only way I'm bringing back Mitch. Yeah, if we can get it back for cheap, if it's on a relatively player-friendly deal, I'm okay with, or a club-friendly deal, I'm okay with it. But it's got to be pretty far down from you, Big Country. I'm not talking about a split the difference. I'm talking about a club-friendly deal because he comes with risk of injury, and he's not exactly giving you prime performance over the year when he came back, and you thought theoretically he was going to be fresh and ready to roll, and he was going to be a guy getting to join halfway into the year, and maybe he wouldn't be as somewhat tired as maybe some of that people in that lineup was looking at that time. And he did look fresh out the gate. Hit 300 for the moment and was hanging in there for a couple weeks, then just kind of fell hard back to earth. Cartoons and Collecting says, I'm a Blue Jay fan, and that was a tough loss. Congrats, Seattle. You guys did great. Well, thank you, Cartoons and Collecting, and props to every Blue Jay fan that's come into this stream over the last 2 days. Not a one has not been anything but completely respectful and kind. I really do appreciate that in this age of internet and toxicity that exists out there. And props to your team as well. I thought you guys played really hard. As I was just saying about a moment ago, Cartoons, you ran up against an epic pitching performance by Castillo. And then this game just kind of went sideways a little bit for you. But I felt like your Blue Jay team was doing everything a fan could ask of them to do in this particular game, which is I want guys laying it out on the line. I want guys, if you got to dive for a ball, you dive for the ball. If you got to crash into a fence, you go crash into the fence. If you got to crash into your own teammate to try to go make that catch, you will go do so because you understand there is no tomorrows. As a fan, that's all you can ask for your players, to give out maximum effort. And then if they fail in giving in those times that maximum effort, you nod your head, you tip your cap, and you go, okay, well, so be it. It's when they don't show the effort. It's when they sort of, slow it, and they're kind of going through the motions that you get a little bit upset. But the Blue Jays did not go through the motions in this series. They were trying their ass off. They had some great at-bats. Even Bo Bichette in this game, coming back after his arm was hurt, he had that collision out there, was kind of struggling with his arm there, came back, got on base, got a stolen base, nearly put them in a position to get up by 1. Louis says Hernandez hit bombs today. Boy, did he ever. He had a great game for you guys. You talk about a game where you needed a guy to do something in the game. That was a game where you needed it, and he showed out for you guys. He's a good player. Some speed on him, too, with the power, which was impressive. Very, very impressive. So much of the porn. So much porn. So much of it. So very, very, very much. Sean Nijaman, how you doing, Sean? Hope you're doing. Hope you're celebrating this big victory by your Mariners team. What a great win it was on this day. So good to see. And I do think we will go ahead and get this kind of wrapped up here, as we are just about to pass the 5-hour mark here on the stream. And I'd love to go longer with you guys tonight, but I'm definitely going to have to do a stream tomorrow too. So I got to save my voice, because tomorrow's going to be a 6-7 hour stream. I'm sure I might be letting that, but it'll be a long one. And I got to be up at 10 in the morning, so super early for me. I love these early 10 a.m. games. Sean, but congrats, man. Hope you're celebrating. I hope the city of Seattle tonight's alive, and if you're out there in Seattle and downtown, that you're hearing shouts of "Go Mems" and people just whooping it up. Big Country says later, "Go M's." Big series against the Astros. Huge. It's huge. It's huge. Mark, I take a bite and porn pop up. Wow, great timing. Wu-Tang Financial salute. Glad to share the experience with y'all. Go M's. Hey, it's been an awesome game today. Awesome 2 days. We don't get Mariner baseball playoff time very often here in Seattle, but the last 2 days have been just magnificent, being able to celebrate this with you guys, getting back into this position, having games that matter. There have been so many years over the last 20 years where we've been sitting in mid-August knowing this Mariner team had no chance, no signs of life, no hope for the future, no young guys coming along to show us the way, simply just more of the same churn going over and over and over again. Yet Jerry DiPoto finally went a couple of years ago back and said, you know what? We got to stop doing this. We got to change this up. We've got to find a new way through here. And he said, we're going to get our farm system back. We're going to turn this back in the right way. We're going to trust the process. It's going to take a bit of time. We're going to have to let the young guys grow. We're going to have to assemble it slow but surely. But because it's the right process, eventually it will bring out the best success. DiPoto is being rewarded for that patient approach. Teams want to take the shortcut. Teams want to jump to the head of the line. Teams want to go, okay, I know I'm not a contender, but what if I buy this guy? What if I trade off this prime prospect for this dude? Can I get there then, now? But it's all about the beginning stages of it, is getting the farm system percolating, getting those seeds to take hold in the soil, and then they begin to burrow their way out. This is how the Astros have been as good as they have for as long as they are, as we now face them after they got a first-round bye. Is that they first built it with the farm and then augmented with the signings and trades beyond that point. That is the smart approach, and it's the approach the Mariners are employing, and it's the approach that's not only going to bring you success this year, but beyond. We are just getting warmed up, folks. It is so encouraging to see. Kitty says, I heart Big Dumper. I heart too that Big Dumper. I heart that dump all day. Maxwell, what a game. M's are back, boys. Louis says, Hernandez, 4 RBIs, 2 home runs, 1 steal. He would be amazing for you guys. We're going to definitely be looking at him, Louis. No doubt about it. He's definitely a guy in contention. Say, hey, Hernandez, just a couple hours down to the south. What do you say? What do you say? Thank you, Devin. I know I'll see you tomorrow on the stream over there on that side of that. Well, as I said to you, Mariner fans, if I'm going to say it once in this playoff series, I'm going to say it a million times. Let's not dream low. Let's not set our sights low. Let's not just be happy with just being at the table. Oh, no. We're going to be happy. Let's grab a big piece of that chicken. Let's get some of those mashed potatoes, a little bit of the stuffing, and let's dive in. Let's eat up. This is a hungry franchise. This is a hungry team. And we got the talent to do it. Yeah, I'm a Mariner fan. Yeah, I'm going to have my share of my biases. I'll own that. But any Major League fan this season that have watched a good amount of Major League games would tell you the very same thing I'm going to tell you right now, because you've seen it all year long. When this team is clicking, when this team is going, when this team has that spirit they showed you today, where they're one of only 3 teams in the last 130 years of baseball able to come down from 7 runs back in a postseason game. That's not just every other team that falls off the bread truck doing that. It's very rare to do it, because there's a rare special spirit this team has. And that spirit is that when we're rolling, when we're going, when we have when you can feel the teamwork rolling between the players, like synergistic energy that was like electricity, just zzz between each and all of them. We're all working together. And I know I'm speaking ethereally here. I know I'm speaking a little new agey here, but just stay with me for a second. When you have a team operating like that in such a cohesive fashion, so much in with each other and on board. The Blue Jays had a little bit of this too, but it's something you can't manufacture. You have it or you don't, and it shows up, but rarely, like a harvest moon. But it has shown up, and if the team has that spirit, there ain't a team in baseball that can beat them if they can bring that to play. If they can truly keep that spirit in them, if they can play at that hot realm. It's why they've reeled off a 14-game winning streak, and I believe an 8 or 9-game winning streak on top of that as well. That's why you have 2 different moments of the season, them performing you and showing you that. Because when they're running that hot, you can't stop them, you can't hold them, you can't even hope to contain them. Are they going to be at that spot once they reach the Astros? I don't know. They got the better of you on the back end of 2 series after the All-Star break. Justin Verlander gave it to you in back-to-back series as well, though you got to him early on in the year. But it's going to be a tall task. Perhaps maybe the best starter in this league this year was Verlander, hands down. So it isn't going to be easy. It is going to be uphill, and they are our nemesis. They've had our number. But this young team is too young to know what they're not supposed to be capable. They're too young to know that they shouldn't be allowed to win the World Series with this young. They're too young. They might just go out there and mess around and win it all. Let me hope. Let me dream, my fellow Mariner fans, and I hope you are doing the same. Have that faith. Have that hope. Dream big, my fellow Mariner fans. We will be back here running live on the next postseason game. But don't you ever forget, as we're on our ride, I hope I don't have to remind a single Seattle soul this evening. But I'm going to do it anyway. Don't you forget, Mariner fans. Don't you ever forget, as we are on our rise and our climb to, dare I say, a World Series. Go Mariners.